How is everyone doing? Welcome to the show. It's a little quiet in here so far, so speak up. Let me know that you're around. In the meantime, let's just say there should be a great show today for those that get to watch. You know, basically anybody who's not in Texas will have a great show today. But as we all know, Texas, they actually call it the Lone Star State for a reason. It's a state where if you look at it right now, you can only see one light on. And there's the joke that deserves to get canceled. Anyway, so seriously though, how is everyone doing? The people who are currently listening, at least. Let's see, quick look at a few things. Also, just to quickly get this out of the way, I need to fix my scenes a little bit because I didn't mess up, but I changed a few things around and it's not ready yet. But unfortunately, the changes I made may have also kind of gummed up a few things that they shouldn't have. So things are somewhat in transition. Hey Austin, how's it going? At least it's Friday. Your Friday, I assume. I don't get Fridays. Okay, I need to change this browser source. That's gonna be... Where is it? That one. Hey, look at that. I found the right one. I'm pretty special. Okay, so... Yeah, it's... And we'll adjust that down. And we'll also adjust my webcam in that scene because it's also in the wrong place. Oh, wait, is it not in the wrong place? What the hell? Okay, for reasons I can't fathom, damn it, how'd that wake up my phone? Yeah, for reasons I don't understand, my webcam view is in the wrong place. But that fixes it. Ish. Enough. So yeah, anyway, how is everyone doing? It's cold just about everywhere, so you know, that's always great. Let's see. Man, I really wish I could have gotten graphics done for today. I was actually working on... I don't want to call it a total redesign. That would be a massive, profound lie. But... Oh, how'd that happen? Oh, I remember why that happened. But yeah, I was working on a total redesign. But I didn't like how it was turning out. There were a few things that were looking good, but mostly it wasn't really looking the way I wanted it to. So I have scrapped some of what I was working on, and I'm actually tweaking things in a different direction that I like a lot. Well, I think I'll like a lot more. We'll see. You know how it goes. But yeah, anyway, so hopefully by next week, new graphics. I hope. Anyway, so let's see, what do we have as our main topics? I figured we may as well talk a little bit more about LastPass, because at this point I think we have to mock LastPass. I actually want to talk very briefly. I don't think there's a lot to say here, but I do want to talk very briefly about Google putting Fitbit on the store. And my comment on that is almost guaranteed to be very different than what anyone would expect. And yes, in fact, we are going to talk about nothing. We're definitely talking about Essential becoming nothing. Because there's no way not to keep making jokes about nothing. And yeah, I already had a tab open for that, and I kind of figured that's where I would start. Which may be a mistake, because I have a feeling more people drop in later, but in the meantime, definitely, this would come back up later today. I have a feeling. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. Anyway, so, yeah, immediately busting into the nothing tweet. Carl Pei has confirmed that they have acquired Essentials trademarks, which is a little bit of a... That's kind of a weird way to say it. That just say that you bought the company. Because nobody sells just trademarks. I mean, it does happen. Like, honestly, if Disney offered their trademarks, someone would definitely buy it, like, tomorrow. Well, within minutes, somebody would immediately give an offer for Disney's trademarks. But you don't just buy Essentials trademarks. You bought the company. Or at least a good portion of the company. Whatever may not have already been sold off or given to somebody else, or might be going with Andy Rubin, maybe. Who knows? Nevertheless, yeah, so they've confirmed that they bought Essential without any plan. Obviously, I'm sure they have a plan for what they're going to do with this, but yeah, Carl Pei basically said, yep, nothing else to announce. We bought it. That's it. End of discussion. We'll tell you more someday. And in a weird way, I kind of appreciate that. Also, by the way, I deeply appreciate the that top comment just below the guy Marcus saying, come on, dude, missed the best chance to say, and we have nothing to share at the moment. But seriously, yeah. So much potential for what this could be. But honestly, my suspicion is that all that time that Essential was working on stuff, we know obviously they were working on like a home assistant product. They were working on, of course, that goofy, weird, dumb phone that was like, maybe like 2 fingers wide kind of thing. Well, I guess maybe 3 fingers wide, whatever. It was like half the width of your typical phone. I'm trying to think of what else that we know for sure they were working on. They obviously had at least experimented with building a 360 camera. They had experimented with a few different things. What I get out of this is they were also crowdsourcing Series B. I assume that's funding. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about yeah, you're talking about nothing. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of that. I mean, I know enough about how companies, well, how startups build their funding, but I'm not really sure that is significant. And by that I mean, I'm not sure, A, that they're going to get enough money out of that, but B, far more importantly, I'm not really sure what people are going to get out of that. Because when you're crowdsourcing funding, usually it means either you're promising a product, you're promising a service, which is still kind of product, or it's basically on par with saying, hey, we're just going to give you like fractional shares of a company that doesn't really exist yet. And none of these are things that they're in a position to do well. Regardless, and I mean that from the sense of, if you don't know what the company's gonna do, it's really, really, really iffy if you should be investing in them. At least in the startup stage. Obviously, if Apple was saying, "Hey, we're creating our own spin-off startup, and for whatever crazy reason, we really, really want somebody to invest in us. We're crowdsourcing investments for an Apple spin-off," and obviously, you can see why this is a hilarious thing to say. But if Apple's doing that, then you say, okay, sure, here's my money. I don't care what you're making. You're probably going to be successful. If Carl Pei is doing it, I mean, fair chance it can be successful, but there's also a pretty highly iffy chance that it's going to be it's going to be kind of like when Steve Wozniak and I forget who the other person was, when they kept hyping up what were they calling it originally? I think they were calling it The Thing, or no, it was called It. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, Steve Wozniak, It, would it show up if I search for that? Maybe not. Let's just try the segue. Yeah, so as they were hyping up, before they actually announced what the Segway was, they were hyping it up for like 2 or 3 years, saying that they were going to revolutionize transportation, and it was going to be the most amazing thing that ever happened to mankind. And yeah, then when the company finally announced what it was, just the Segway, the reaction was pretty much, oh, people invested in this, huh? Yeah, sucks to be them. And from what I understand, the company did make money, I believe, but not like a lot. It was not particularly successful. I was hoping that I'd find a good article to show off, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Maybe. I'm quickly skimming down. Maybe the Wikipedia article points to something that's a little more useful. Wow, the Wikipedia article is missing all that history. Why? I mean, did they... Okay, now I'm looking to see if maybe they mention it in... No, Man, they're skipping over so much history in this thing. Damn you, Wikipedia. How dare you not have literally all the information. You're evil. Anyway. Yeah, I would trust Carl Pei's startup company, Nothing, to be about as successful as any startup at this stage. It could go well, it could go horribly. And we really don't know yet. Regardless, I am curious what they want from Essential. I doubt it's the name. It could be. But I feel like the name is not going to be what they're after. It could be the work that they started doing on the little phone. I forget what that phone was called. But again, I think everybody looked at that phone and immediately the response from anyone who was not like a counterproductive hipster, the response was pretty much, oh, that looks neat, but I would never own it. Or that looks really neat. I would love to have that for 15 minutes and then like never use it again. Those were the responses I mostly heard. And from all accounts, and this is hardly a secret, but almost everybody agreed that their home assistant technology they were working on was a disaster. And outside of that, almost everything else that they worked on was mediocre. So I'm really suspicious that either Essential was working on something else in the background that we don't really know about, or they had to be doing they had to it feels like that's got to be it. Anything else doesn't make sense. So we'll see. I'm very curious what this amounts to, or if we ever find out. Truthfully, that might be the bigger question: is will we ever really find out what Nothing is doing with what they purchased from Essential? So anyway, yeah, I hate to say it, but I don't think there's really much more to say on this topic. It would be so interesting if Carl Pei shared even the smallest amount, even the tiniest teaser. But yeah, unfortunately, we're probably not going to get very much out of this one. Anyway, so I'll move on. If anyone has any comments on this, by all means, kick in. But I want to quickly switch gears to the fact that Google is now selling Fitbit products on the store. So let's actually open the store. Yeah, if you hadn't known about this, ever since Google acquired Fitbit, they've had surprisingly little relationship with the products. Oh, actually, wait, can we? Yeah, here, we'll go to that page. So yeah, now you can pick up the 4 Fitbit, the current most popular Fitbit bands. However, there are a few other Fitbit products that you still have to go to the Fitbit page to get. Yeah, here, hit the wrong button. Yeah, so yeah, you still have to go to Fitbit.com if you want to buy any of the other products, which is, oh wait, I hate these types of drop downs. Yeah, so all the current bands, all the smartwatches, the scale, any of the accessories, though I think some of those accessories were actually still on the store page, right? The Google store page. Oh, possibly not. I assume you can swap bands? Ooh, maybe not. I mean, I know you can swap bands on the Versa 3, but maybe they don't sell the alternate bands on here. Nevertheless, wow, that's actually iffy. But so my take, it's, you know, it makes sense that Google would start selling this stuff. What blows my mind is that it took this long. And that to me is actually the real issue. It took this long for them to put anything on the Google store. Like, this should have happened the day after the acquisition went through. I mean, literally, like, why it took them this long to sell on the store makes no sense to me. Part of me does wonder if maybe that was a legal issue. Could it have been a case where they said, we need to update like terms of sale and things like that. We need to make sure that the Fitbit name is in all of our legal notices. I could kind of see that being a reason. Outside of it, that this makes almost no sense to me. This is way later. I think the acquisition, I don't remember exactly when the acquisition was finalized, but man, the moment that they could have started selling these, they should have. And at this point, I do kind of wonder if they might actually just continue running Fitbit with the Fitbit name and everything else from here on out. Because Google is in a better position to make money off of Fitbit than Fitbit itself as a standalone company. And so I could kind of see this being a reasonable strategy. Just buy a company that wasn't quite making it and take advantage of the fact that you're larger. You've got better synergy. You can push the products and make a little bit better profit on them. I could kind of see that being the approach. But yeah, man, I'm still curious because we haven't seen any of Fitbit's technology make it to Wear. We haven't seen any of Wear's technology make it to Fitbit. Not that I think we're going to. I'm just curious what's to come with this. But again, yeah, my fundamental comment stands. What took so long? They could have been doing this ages ago. By the way, I'm gonna run out of topics pretty quick because as you can see, Corbin isn't here, and he is actually, I don't think he'd care that this is being said. He is apartment hunting today, so he will be MIA at least today, and depending on how things go, it may take a few weeks for him to make it back on stream. We'll see what happens, but wishing him luck on the apartment hunt. Anyway, yeah, so if you have any particular topics you want to hit, by all means bring them up, because if I run out too quickly, we're going to start talking about Rush Limbaugh passing away and Trump's app getting tossed from the store, and I feel like both of these topics are not really going to be that entertaining. Yeah, so I don't think there's much else to say on the Google Fitbit thing. Damn it. And I wake up my phone again. So yeah, the other topic that I had prepared, and this is something we obviously already started breaking into in the chat room on Discord. By the way, if anyone's listening and you're not already a member of Discord, link down in description. You can join and chat with us at pretty much all times, online and offline. Anyway, yeah, so LastPass, they're not killing the free tier, but they're going to effectively nerf it. So the new strategy, such as it is going to now split the free subscription tier. At this stage, I'm just going to call it demo mode. They're going to split it so you can either connect to all of your computers or all of your mobile devices. Now, the previous version of what the free tier allowed was, I believe, you could connect all of your... Wait, what was the deal on this? I just realized I was about to mix it up with Dropbox's thing. The free tier was basically just like it was full use of LastPass, but minus some of their premium features. That's it. It was basically just minus a few premium features. The new strategy is you can use it across just your computers, desktop, laptop, in a web browser, and Windows tablets. Or you can use it on mobile devices, but not both. So you can have it on your phone, tablets. They mentioned smartwatches. I don't recall LastPass being on smartwatches, but all right, cool. I guess maybe that's the Apple Watch, because I don't think they have an Android Wear version. Maybe I'm wrong. Regardless, this strikes me as well, for lack of a better way to put it, they realized they weren't making any money, and the free tier was more than enough for most people to get by. I mean, that's pretty obvious at this stage, and it sucks, but the free ride is over. For lack of a better way to put it, the free ride is kind of over. There's no way that it was going to last forever, but yeah. And it sucks because obviously a lot of people are using this. I wasn't too far from actually getting a couple of people on LastPass, but I was a little worried that this sort of thing might happen. And yeah, here it is. And unfortunately, this makes the free tier useless to almost all people. I'm sure there are a few people who are going to look at this and say, oh yeah, I use LastPass just for work passwords, and I don't need access to any of that stuff on my phone. I don't use I don't sign in excuse me. These might be people who don't sign in to their work accounts on their phones or tablets, and for them this is no big deal. They'll get to keep using it. Though I think technically you're not supposed to use this for work, but whatever. But yeah, outside of that, I think the average person probably, the reason that they care about having access to both is they want to enter their passwords on the computer, or they use a website on the computer and then they hop over to the mobile device to use it, to continue using it there. I can say, me personally, I need both. Not even a question. I use LastPass all the time on both. And I would be pretty okay with having it just be on a computer, except for the fact that I also have a ton of like 20 some character randomly generated passwords, and entering that on a phone would be a nightmare. So as little as I actually use passwords on my phone these days, at least as much as I can avoid it, this is a complete non-starter. Now obviously I could pay for LastPass, but I'm already not super happy with it. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna be moving. I will likely, I haven't decided what I'm gonna move to yet. And I pointed this out the other day. AP did post the 5 hey David Lama, how's it going? Yeah, I wouldn't say we're talking shit about LastPass, but I'll freely acknowledge that I'm not into paying for it. I was already not happy with it, so I do want to move on. The integration on Android isn't very good. It's buggy, it's weird, it's glitchy in a lot of cases. It's kind of bad at searching for things. There are a lot of problems with how it operates, at least on Android. And I'm not exactly a huge fan of it on in at least their browser extension. It's fine, but it doesn't work great. So yeah, I'm really on the fringe of just saying, or not fringe, but I'm basically done with it. I don't care to keep using it. So I intend to yeah, I was just gonna say I haven't decided what I'm switching to yet, but AP just updated in the last few hours. They updated their recommendations for the top 5 options. Bitwarden, MyKey, which I've heard enough about MyKey that I kind of want to take a closer look at it, but I haven't decided yet. Really? Microsoft Authenticator? That's an odd one, and I'm not interested in it. I feel like that something feels wrong there. Zoho Vault, which I kind of looked a little closer at. It's interesting, but I'm not sold on it yet. There are a few things I really want to look into first. And then, of course, Google's password solution, which there are a number of reasons I don't like this. The biggest one being that it is strictly for passwords. At least as far as I'm aware, I think it's passwords only. I don't think you can do like encrypted notes and things like that. David Lama, yeah. So KeyPass, I saw one of the discussions, well, a very brief discussion about that in AP, and they actually chose to remove it from this article. It was previously somewhere in this list, and which actually I think it's in the outro still as like a honorable mention. Yep, there it is. KeePass, so I've looked into it in the past, and I happen to agree with the argument that it is a bit more cumbersome to set it up. It's a little more, it's not super well developed. The apps that you use to access it, at least as of a couple years ago, were really amateurish. There's a lot of reason that I wasn't super sold on the idea of going to KeePass back then, and I'll look at it again, but I'm not really sure I want to touch it now. They of course mentioned InPass. I was actually using, and still kind of am using, InPass a tiny bit for a few passwords that I don't keep in LastPass, and there's a whole reason for this I won't get into. It's basically passwords that I'm keeping for somebody else, and I don't have a reason to put them in LastPass. Or rather, I don't want those passwords getting in the way of my normal passwords. And then, yeah, there are a couple of others. So I didn't really go into this too much in the chat room, but I will say, there are a few things that I look for when I'm thinking about a password manager. First off, I've mentioned it now a few times. Obviously, it needs to have good integration with browsers, smartphone, pretty much everything I'm going to use it on. Ideally, it even has like a dedicated app for Mac and Windows. So that's kind of criteria number one. Criteria number two, it has to have cloud syncing. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to have like a cloud service. I'd be willing to have it sync over Drive, Dropbox, anything like that. Though Dropbox isn't really an option these days either. Thank you, Dropbox, for creating a three device limit on free accounts, because I don't put enough in Dropbox to warrant paying for more. I keep my Dropbox reasonably slim, so why pay for something if you don't use it much anyway? But because of that, I'd rather just sync over Drive. Anyway, I need cloud syncing. Cloud sync is a big deal. However, I have an issue with cloud sync. And this gets into the topic I brought up earlier in the chat room, which is I really wish I had kept developing my own password manager. I had a lot of ideas in the works. There was a lot of stuff I wanted to do, and I stopped only because of how much work it would have been to cover all the different OSs. But man, I really, really wanted to do my own password manager. The thing is, and what I hate about most password managers that sync over Dropbox, Drive, anything like that, the problem with them is if you change a password they typically do what I guess you could call single file syncing. That's where, and I guess we will use this I guess port. It's a USB hub with different types of ports in it. We're going to use this as the physical model of what I'm going to try to explain. The thing is, if you change something on one device, let's say you change a password to your Amazon account. Now, this one file, it's going to have to update to Dropbox. We'll say Dropbox. We'll just use that as our representative service. So you update your Amazon password. It changes the file. This file, in its entirety, now needs to upload to Dropbox. Dropbox is now going to be, assuming you update the entire file right then and there, Dropbox is now your one and only source of, like, origin. It is your most accurate file. And that's assuming that it updates immediately. What if it doesn't? Now, let's say you go to another device. You've got a tablet that, for whatever reason, it hasn't connected to the internet in a few hours. Now, you sit down at your tablet, you update a note. You change you change some password. You make some tweak or adjustment that also changes that same file, but on that device. Now, when Dropbox tries to sync that file, one of two things is going to happen. I guess I should have picked up a second device. So it doesn't work super well when it's a random hub in a phone, but we'll say the phone is your second one. This is what was on the tablet. Now Dropbox is going to say, oh, well, I don't know what the deal is with these two different files not really coming from the same origin, but, well, this one's newer, and this one now pops in and completely replaces the other file. Now, this is what Dropbox has. It does not have your Amazon password updated anymore. It just has this thing that has maybe the updated note. That sucks. That means to me that a password manager is not a password manager. It is a password chalkboard. And I know it's less of an issue today because devices are usually better at staying connected, but this drives me crazy. I've had it happen dozens of times. And even when I try to be careful about it, I've seen it happen dozens of times. This is not a way for a password manager to behave, which is why an actual cloud service with a API for updating individual entries, that's the better way to go. Now, there are ways to fix this. The biggest and best way to fix this is to break things into multiple files for like each of your passwords. Obviously, that's got its own problems, but you can also try to do things as an appended file. It's a long explanation for what I mean by that, but you can basically create like temporary files that carry the new information, and then those get erased as the information gets subsequently updated to the core file. This requires a really, really messy solution, but I know how it can work. Both of these have the multiple files approach. Anything involving multiple files carries with it one inherent massive problem. That problem, of course, being if you do it that way, you can watch your Dropbox sync activity, and it's just going to be like a file pops up, a file gets deleted, a new file pops up, a new one gets deleted, and you get tons of activity on every single device, and it looks bad. None of these are good user experiences. So I prefer a cloud-based solution. Let's see, what else was there? It needs good integration, it needs cloud-based solution. And I've also mentioned this. It should be more than just passwords. It should allow you to create custom fields, because like some sites that I connect to actually require 2 passwords, and so I'd like to have the ability to put in 2 passwords on one entry. Or at a bare minimum, a lot of the sites I also have like the username, my email, and the password, but a lot of times I also need to add like notes to the entries, things like that. And the list of reasons for that can just go on and on. But I'd also like to just create custom notes. I want to be able to enter like credit card information into my password manager, things like that. And then there are a lot of more advanced features that I also think need to exist, and I've yet to see a password manager that supports any of them, which sucks. And God, I'll tell you, I want to make my own password manager so much because what I want to make, it solves all of this. Plus, I figured out a way to make it free. Well, free-ish. And or I shouldn't say I figured out a way. Rather, I found a business model that makes sense. And it's a business model that would do incredibly well for this type of thing. But yeah, unfortunately we don't. Well, I would have to find people to work with to make this a reality. It would take a lot of time to build, and building on platforms that I don't have any, well, I have some history with, but not nearly enough to do this efficiently. But yeah, it'd be great to get to solve this problem. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else did I need, or what else am I looking for? I'm drawing a blank on any of the other issues. If I went looking at my notes for some of the things that I wanted to do with this, with my own password manager, I'm sure I could come up with more stuff. But yeah, I'll be, at least over the next week or so, I might try to pick out a new password manager for myself, and I'll let you guys know. Let's see. I gotta say, I am inclined to go for something that's open source, just for the really. Yeah, I'm kind of already leading towards Bitwarden just for that. But yeah, I want to go with something open source just because I feel like at this point I want to try to escape the explicit like lock-in. And I know open source options are not, they're not going to fundamentally change, and that to me is probably the biggest selling point, is because right now, let's say that you went to I mean, I guess Microsoft Authenticator would be a good example of this, but I mean, really, if you decide to switch to any other service right now, that is any service at least that's offering like a free subscription kind of thing, you can't be confident that they're not going to flip over to using the LastPass method almost immediately, or at least down the line, or they might try to use various types of information to, like, they might start looking at your account and trying to make money off of it in other ways. There are just enough reasons why I kind of want to avoid that, and I want to go with something that's open source. Oh yeah, and by the way, my solution also provided for open source being an option, which, yeah. Anyway, so if the day ever comes that somebody wants to invest in something, I've got an idea. But yeah, so let's see, David Lama, you're probably gonna go with Bitwarden. Yeah, let me know if you have any thoughts on it, because you may, fairly decent odds you'll get to it before I do. Mostly because, and this is the comment, or this is one of the things I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna be trying really hard to work on new graphics this week. I started working on, I told you a few days ago I was working on some. I didn't really like how they were turning out, so I haven't scrapped them per se, but I wasn't happy. So I'm gonna be trying something a little bit different next, and I'm optimistic about the direction that will take. We'll see. I have some visuals that I'm looking at that are I guess we'll say kind of inspiration, but I'm not there yet. So anyway, Yeah, so let's see, what else was there? As I mentioned before, I kind of only came in with a few topics, and I didn't prepare nearly enough because I wasn't really sure how long, or I honestly kind of thought more people might be here with their own ideas of stuff that they wanted to hit. Let's see. So yeah, if anyone has any topics that they'd like to dig into, by all means, go for it. I also, what was the there was something that had been mentioned, I believe, in the chat already. Now I'm quickly skimming through the chat rooms to see what else there was. We could talk about Stadia, though if you're watching the Discord, you've already pretty much seen my thoughts on this. At this stage, Stadia's... Oh, David Lama, you missed this week's news cycle. To be perfectly honest, I feel like this week is just an eclectic week of not that much of significance, because everyone's just dealing with the fact that it's a cold week, with Texas, of course, really dealing with this fact. And it's been kind of a rough week just for everything. My mistake. But yeah, so Stadia, just the quick catch up in case anyone missed this. News has come out about how the SG&E employees learned that they were shutting down the studio, and the circumstances that led up to it. So the really short TLDR is, about 1 week before the announcement, they had actually all received, or they had all been praised really heavily, saying that they made great progress on the games they were working on, that they were doing a lot of good stuff, and it sounded like they were in great shape and they were going to be doubling down. And then a week later, the news broke that they were going to shut down the SG&E studios. So all the games that they were working on were basically they were going to be put on hold or basically abandoned. There was going to be no further work, and yeah, okay. Okay, so you at least caught that story. Yeah, it's mind-boggling that they got to that point. To me, I'm still caught up on the fact that they didn't sell SG&E. It makes no sense whatsoever. By the way, in case anyone doesn't know, SG&E stands for Stadia Games and Entertainment. But for all intents and purposes, the fact that 1 minute they're praising them and a week later they're saying, yeah, we're not into this, we're done. Like, it is such a I don't know, it demonstrates a lack of consideration or a lack of business awareness to abandon something before it even had a chance to be successful. And that's not to say that sometimes you can't see the future and maybe recognize that making games is a really expensive thing to do. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of marketing. If you don't have like a built out franchise, sometimes that hurts you too. If I was starting a game company today, I'll tell you, the very first thing that I would be doing is saying we've got to start multiple franchises as quickly as possible, because franchises are what make money these days. The counter to that is if you're starting multiple franchises, like, you have to really take time and money and develop and invest and market the living crap out of these. And at least a few of those franchises will fail. They will not take off. People will not buy into it. And if people don't buy into the first part of a franchise, it's reducing odds that they'll buy into the second part. That's not to say, though, that a franchise can't succeed if the first doesn't really do that well. I mean, I don't know what the sales numbers are, but I bet if you look at the original Borderlands, from everything I understand, the original Borderlands did okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't special. It wasn't like a huge seller. It wasn't enough to justify continuing the franchise, but Borderlands 2 was obviously a mind-blowing success. That was huge money for the company. That Borderlands 2 made Gearbox successful. But man, if you're starting today, you need to invest in franchises, because releasing a part 2 and a part 3 to a game is where you make your money. I mean, if to choose an obvious example, if you look at Naughty Dog, and I brought up Naughty Dog many times in the past. This is a studio that made the Nathan Drake series. It's called Uncharted. They also, of course, made The Last of Us Part 1 and 2. The Last of Us was a new franchise for them, and it happened to be wildly successful. No question to it. And it was mostly successful because they'd already had huge successes with the Uncharted series. But, you know, nobody went into buying The Last of Us Part 1 based on the name. Like, they went in with the marketing. A lot of people saw it and heard it was a great game, so they bought it. But The Last of Us Part 2, they hadn't even started working on it, and people were already yelling and screaming, please make it, please make it. We will give you any amount of money. And that's how franchises are successful today. You can look to Assassin's Creed. It's a perfect example of this. Assassin's Creed is one of those things where people buy the next Assassin's Creed because the last Assassin's Creed was good to them. And that's, like I said, this is how games are successful these days. You build on these franchises, because why wouldn't you? So when all is said and done, I look at the Stadia situation, and I can't help but think that their mistake was thinking that they could be successful early. At least I'm assuming that's their mistake. Obviously, we still haven't heard anything from who made the decision, why the decision was made. We don't have that information. And the article that came out, it only really leaves one hint at what may have been the inciting element. That hint, of course, being Bethesda. Microsoft bought Bethesda, which it's not really clear how much of an attempt Google may have made at buying Bethesda, but I think the presumption here is that Google may have been banking on getting Bethesda. Dino Runner will forever be Google's best game. Dino Runner, you're talking about the Chrome, like when Chrome's offline, that Dino Runner. You know, I'm going to have to disagree. Actually, it's probably still true, but I'm gonna go with their other endless runner, the Android Easter egg, the Flappy Bird clone. I'm definitely going with that. I think that has to be their actual best game. And in case you've never seen this before, it is they use lollipops as the barriers, and your Flappy Bird is an android. The old Bug Droid even. Or wait, was that the... Yeah, that's the old one. That was the one where the head hadn't been reshaped yet. So, yeah. I'm going to go on the record and say that I think was their best game. Though the Dino Run was pretty good. Anyway, so yeah. I feel like SG&E, I struggle to understand if they were dependent on buying another game studio. And I kind of get that. Like, that makes a little bit of sense. But if that was their whole thing, they would have been investing a lot into getting exclusive games. And I still keep coming back to this. If they're building exclusive games, they're going to fail. This, I think, and I ranted about this, 2 weeks ago? Maybe 3? You can't make exclusive games and expect to succeed. Sorry, I know that sucks to say, but it's the truth. I don't think you can actually be successful if you're banking on selling games on one platform. Especially, I hate to say it, but especially if it's Stadia. Not enough people are going to pay for that. There are people who are going to be interested. There will be people that pay for it, but in order to build an exclusive, or in order to build a AAA game, even if you're talking like sub AAA, think I don't know, Orcs Must Die. You know, that's not a AAA game. But it's not like a like a sprite based cheap like throwaway game that would appear on like Steam's indie list. Those types of games cost a lot of money, a whole lot of money, and in development time, resources. You have to have engineers that work on a few different things. I mean, you have to have at least one or two people who are decent at AI. You have to have a few people who are good at building the character models. You have to have decent developers. You have to have people. A lot of times, like, even you have to hire someone to do music. You add all that stuff up, and again, I'm even just thinking about Orcs Must Die. By the time you start talking about a true AAA game, you're talking about voiceover actors. You've got to have people writing scripts. You have to have at least a couple people working on storyline. And yes, scripts and storyline are different things. Depending on how involved it is, you may even have to hire a director. You have so many things go into making a AAA game. I mean, hell, just if you've watched me play Borderlands 3 DLCs, you've seen the credits rolling. When the credits are rolling on Borderlands 3, holy crap. I mean, those credits take like 10 minutes for all the people who are involved in making those DLC. That's a lot of people. And they're getting paid. They're getting paid at like reasonable pay. Like, that's a lot of money to be putting into anything. So, yeah, you got to figure building games is expensive. And I don't see how you can build a game for a single platform and expect it to succeed when your potential sales, or your potential audience, your potential customer base, it's going to be limited to a few million people. Of that number, I'd say 5%, max 5%, are actually going to look at buying that game. And even fewer are actually going to buy that game. By the time you narrow it down, you're going to be selling to hundreds of thousands of people. Hopefully. And that can be worth millions. but you've got to make lots of millions to make a AAA game successful. And if you're making multiple AAAs, like I just said, Stadia or SG&E would have had to do in order to, you need to have at least 1 or 2 success stories out of that. And the best way to accomplish that is creating a few different franchises right off the bat. And if that's what you're going to do, you need huge investments, and that's going to take lots of millions. So, yeah, I think SG&E was not an ambitious enough exercise, and so I totally get why they wanted to buy Bethesda. That would have been a smart play if they did it. But I still don't see how you could sell to a single platform. And that will forever and always be the biggest problem. You can't sell on a single platform and expect to be profitable. They would have had to make the games maybe ideally featuring Stadia's features, like improved by Stadia, but make the game so that they'll run on anything else. Make the game for Xbox, make the game for PlayStation. Hell, you could even make like basically a runnable app that connects to Stadia. And honestly, I kind of have a feeling that's something that they're eventually going to try to do, is literally make like a downloadable app you can put in your Xbox, or you load it up on your Xbox, connect to Stadia, and now you can play Stadia games on your Xbox. I totally think that's coming. At least if they can talk Microsoft and Sony into doing this sort of stuff, it's hopefully coming. But yeah, it's going to be a while. Anyway, David Lama, is Stadia's future kind of rocky now, and am I nervous about it? I think the future's rocky mostly because, and if you read the conversation yesterday, you already know kind of what I'm going to say here, but I do think this future's rocky mostly because whatever rationale was used for canceling SG&E, I think that same rationale, or I think the same people who made that decision are going to be making the decision on whether or not to keep Stadia running. And those same people, I don't have faith that they're aware of what it is they're doing. I don't think that they're running the logic. I don't think they're applying. I don't think they're tackling this challenge in the same way that they need to be. So yeah, I feel like Stadia's future, it's not dead. And it largely depends on what they can do in terms of white labeling Stadia. But I'm a lot less optimistic after this. So, and I think my reasoning is different than most people's. Most people have decided, most people are already looking for Stadia to be dead. And so they just love the narrative that a thing related to Stadia just got killed. That's not how I'm looking at it. The reason I'm nervous, it comes down so much to the thing that we're seeing a really massive investment getting killed by what can only be rationalized as executives who don't understand what they were doing. They don't understand how much of an investment they may have had to make. Maybe they didn't understand what it was that they were trying to, what it takes to get into the business. Maybe they didn't start asking questions at first. Maybe it was literally, and I know that this is such a bad way to put it, but I can totally see it being true. Maybe the executives that wanted to, or that signed on to this in the first place, they were all sitting there thinking, oh yeah, when I made a game in my coding class in college, the one coding class that I was required to take, yeah, I made a game. It was a simple little nothing game. It took me a week, and that was great. That would have sold. Obviously it doesn't take more than a few months for them to spin up and spit out some of these games, so yeah, this is no big deal. Maybe that's what they thought. We don't know. We don't know who pulled the plug on this. We don't know who's responsible. But I have a feeling that whoever pulled the plug, they may not have known what was involved in making games. They may not have asked the right questions. They may not have thought through it. Maybe they aren't aware of the competition that's involved. Whatever the case, here we are looking at a perfect example of something that just didn't work out. And it's not surprising it didn't work out. So, yeah. Stadia itself, I still think has plenty of future. But it now depends on kind of the bottom line. We have to wait and see. Is Stadia going to be is Stadia going to be successful as a white label product? And I think it has to be. I don't see a reason it shouldn't be. But is it possible that maybe Google makes enough money licensing it? Maybe instead, eventually down the road, they'll say, you know what? We don't care about this. We're not going to make enough money licensing. We'll just sell it. Maybe that's what's to come. Maybe they will decide, we're not going to make enough money working with the handful of game studios that actually really want to use this technology. We're not going to make enough money partnering up with the few other companies that might have a use for this, which my immediate thought is Adobe. Everybody wishes Adobe would do something like Stadia. Well, the natural solution is Adobe needs to do something like Stadia. Who do I think would buy it? Well, right out of the gate, So Sony has a great reason to buy it. Honestly, I think Microsoft would probably buy it because Microsoft's technology seems to not be that good. We don't know if it's because Microsoft hasn't invested in scaling, or maybe it's that their hardware isn't that good, or maybe it's just their technology sucks. We really don't know the reason Microsoft's solution isn't turning out that well. But I think Microsoft would be a possibility. I think Sony's a possibility. I think any of the major game studios would probably be down for it, since we know Ubisoft obviously wants to start streaming. That's foregone conclusion. We know let's see. I imagine EA Games would probably love to have it. I wouldn't be surprised if Blizzard wanted in on this, maybe. There are others that make sense. And even outside of the gaming industry, again, Adobe. I don't know how many times I can hammer that nail. Adobe wants to do this sort of thing. It's common sense Adobe wants to do this sort of thing, because right now they want to make money on subscriptions. Adobe loves subscriptions. That company realized years ago, hey, we sold a really good product one time. Now we've released 3 updates since that product came out, and people don't care about updating. They're not paying us again. This doesn't work for us. We don't like this. So they moved to a subscription model on Creative Cloud. And it's expensive. Honestly, it's really overpriced. It's painfully overpriced. And as a result, people are looking at that and saying, hey, we have to pay for an expensive subscription, plus we have to have a pretty powerful computer to do video editing. Now, obviously, we could also talk about like Photoshop and other things, but you don't really need that much power to run Photoshop. It may not run smoothly. It might not be the best experience if you're on like an ancient computer, but Photoshop, you can run it on an ancient computer and it technically is okay. As long as you have the RAM to support it, you can do everything else. But when it comes to video editing, man, the power it takes to run Premiere fast, and especially if you're talking about Premiere with like 4K video, or, you know, you guys obviously don't follow this, but there are now a few cameras that you could say are in the consumer space. They're expensive, but they're low enough price that it's more than reasonable to actually say they are legitimately in the consumer space. There are a few cameras that can now record 8K footage, good 8K footage. There are a few cameras that are able to film in 16-bit RAW. There are a few cameras 4K 16-bit RAW. There are a few cameras that are also shooting like stupidly high frame rates, and with other features like I can't remember what it's called, but it's a special new method for doing stabilization where you actually the video files are actually recording the telemetry specs or telemetry information right into the video. So there's all kinds of stuff that's being done right now, and as you add all of these things to video, it gets so much harder and slower to process. So, you know, you can take Premiere today, run it on a fairly old computer, and edit 720 or even 1080p video. Well, 1080p is maybe pushing it for older computers, but you can do this and it'll be okay. But the moment you try to throw 4K footage onto a timeline on anything older than, let's say, a 2016 computer, oh, you did a bad thing to your life. When you try to output that video, render a final version of that video, you can kiss goodbye a day. Seriously, a day of rendering video, and that sucks. So imagine being able to put that sort of thing onto something when you could put it onto like Stadia's processing power. New video cards with good processing, good amount of RAM, and I mean that sort of thing, you could have really, really great performance. And with Stadia's lag time, like granted, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. It's more than enough. Like, it's better than what most people's computers could do with that same footage and that same editing timeline. So I think Adobe wants this because they know that they're not going to be necessarily competitive in all of these things. But if they can provide a way for people to pay them to enable this stuff, that would be huge profit. Though I'm guessing here because who knows, maybe Adobe is really, really not smart enough to see this as a huge profit potential. Anyway, yeah, I'm drawing a blank about any other possible buyers, but I know that they exist. Just realized I should move this way a little bit to kind of somewhat center up in frame. Yeah, so anyway, that would be my immediate take on who would want this. It's mostly gaming companies, but it's not just gaming companies. I think Adobe would want it. I think there are others. And honestly, on the video editing angle, I'll just say it right now. You guys don't know the company Black Magic, but well, maybe you do know the company, but I doubt it. Black Magic makes a piece of software called DaVinci Resolve. At least I believe. Let me double check if it's actually Blackmagic that makes this. Yeah, it's Blackmagic. Well, technically Blackmagic Design. Blackmagic Design, I don't know if design. Yeah, I guess design is part of the name. Blackmagic Design, they make DaVinci Resolve, which is this phenomenal editing software, which by the way is completely, well, not completely free, but you can use it for free. They have a pro version that honestly you don't need. Like, there are, as they point out, Hollywood's #1 post solution. Seriously, there are lots of Hollywood studios that don't bother paying for this because the free version is plenty good. The free version includes all you need, and lots of people love this software. It is insanely powerful. The thing is, though, it's also not super well optimized, so you need pretty powerful computers to do more than like basic stuff. So the thing is, I can imagine, I don't think that they would want to, I don't think they'd want to be the one buyer for Stadia, but I 100% could imagine them saying, you know what, let's offer this. If somebody could, like, let's license this technology with Google, and let's, like, basically rent processing power to people who want to build or who want to create video, and they can use Stadia to do their editing in a very fast, very powerful timeline, and then they can render it all out on Stadia's, well, either Stadia servers or pushing it to I guess technically Google's, I forget what it's, cloud compute. That's what it is. I've woken up this phone like 5 times during this stream. Weirdly, only the one phone, not the other 2 that are sitting right next to it, or my Nest Hub, which I just realized I'm going to mute. Anyway, yeah, the mere fact that they can do this is, you heard it was good. I assume you're talking about DaVinci Resolve. It's really good. I'm a fan of Final Cut, and even I shouldn't say even I'm, as if I'm some sort of bar for this, but in looking at the software and what you can do with it, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave Final Cut as like a simple thing for quick edits, but I kind of want to I just want to learn DaVinci Resolve now. It's so powerful. And I'll one day figure out how exactly I want to go about running this on a computer, but that'll be a problem for another day. Oh yeah, and they've got they have these custom editing panels for DaVinci that are just insane. They're also very expensive, but yeah, you plug this in over USB to a computer and you've got dials and wheels and all kinds of stuffs for really super fast editing, which just looks insane. Like, how pro can you get? Anyway, Blackmagic also makes oh yeah, the switching board, like, it for really pro streamers. This is the thing for them. The ATEM minis, they're crazy. But Blackmagic also makes video cameras, or rather small video cameras, which are stupidly good for certain purposes. Don't get me wrong, they're not good for photo purposes for a number of reasons, but they're really neat video cameras, especially for being basically pretty tiny. But yeah, anyway, this company, like, everything they do warrants possible use. Oh yeah, SDI, they're also getting into that market, or maybe they already were for a while, but anyway, the whole point is, for DaVinci Resolve, it would be great to be able to push that sort of stuff through Stadia. And I have no doubt in my mind, if they just like worked a deal with Google and said, hey, you know, let's just pay, they wouldn't pay, but let's create this thing and give people the ability to load up, load up their footage on a Stadia account, put everything into an editor, and they could just start working on it. The potential there is, like, renting that out. You could charge a studio, I don't know, $200, $300 a month for this, just like per seat, and they'd pay it. Not even a question. And you could obviously set up like lower price plans to make that work. It would be so much profit. And the beauty is it would just cost them the time of it making it, like, supporting it. But they wouldn't have to cover any of the other costs associated. Or maybe they technically pay Google, but they get to collect all of the rental costs, so to speak. Or maybe they work out a deal where they're getting a kickback off of what Google makes. It doesn't really matter how it happens. I can easily see this being huge profit for Blackmagic, and it all relies on using Stadia's technology. Well, Stadia and possibly Google Compute. Again, I feel like Google Compute might be the logical solution for rendering video, but that's, I don't know. I'm not really sure what Compute supports in that sense. Anyway, yeah, so I think the possibilities for Stadia white labeling are great, but I don't know necessarily. I guess what bothers me, what worries me, is will Stadia's people see this? Are they thinking ahead well enough to realize, let's talk to the companies that make video editing software, let's work with them? Are they thinking ahead to say, let's contact Adobe and Blackmagic Design, let's contact whatever company it is that owns Vegas now, Vegas the editing software, not Vegas the city, because we all know what company owns that. I'm just, will Stadia see this? Are those people going to realize that this is a model that works, that could be hugely profitable? I don't know. And for that matter, maybe there's stuff Google needs to recognize or think through. Maybe there's some potential for them to, I don't know, come up with other projects that could make use of Stadia. I don't know. There's so much there that I feel like they haven't thought through, and that's what worries me. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know. Is there another angle I'm not thinking about here? What's the possibility that Google ends up not killing Stadia? I guess it becomes the question. Like, how long until they demonstrate that Stadia is viable to them, that they want to keep it around, versus how long before it gets killed? And I'm still questioning, and I brought this up in chat. What was it? It was yesterday, right? Yeah. We also know that Stadia paid a lot of money up front to make sure that certain games ended up on the platform, like Resident Evil Village, I think it's called, which is Resident Evil 8. $10 million was paid up front to get Resident Evil 7 and 8 on Stadia. And 7's not even there yet, even though the game's not new. It's been out for at least a couple of years. And 8 is due out later this year, but will it end up on Stadia? Is it going to be available at launch? Or are we waiting just to see it not happen? Did that money actually make it? Did the check clear? I don't know any of this stuff. And at this stage, I'm really curious. What happens if Capcom... What happens in May when Resident Evil 8 is supposed to launch? Is Capcom going to be sitting there going, hey, yeah, you guys look like you're a dead end. We'd rather just not spend the money supporting you. We just don't care about Stadia because we don't think it's gonna be worth it. Like, do they pay back the advance? I don't know what the circumstances are going to be, but I feel like there's so much we don't know. And at this stage, Stadia's has to actually come out and like make commitments and say things. Because no matter what, if like here I am, I'm one of the people who says Stadia is a good idea. It's a product that makes sense. It's a product that needs to exist in the market, or should exist in the market, not needs to. And it's the best thing that we've seen. It's the best technology we've seen because it is close enough to perfect to be pretty viable. At this point, like, I'm the one who can sit here and say, yeah, I think it's great. There's no reason to kill this. And even I'm sitting here going, yeah, but is it going to live? If I think it's on the verge of failing because I don't have faith in the executives not to pull the plug on this randomly, and it's not that I'm saying I think it's going to happen. It's more that I think I don't have faith, because they didn't wait to see if the game studio was going to fail or succeed. And if they weren't going to wait long enough for the game studio, I don't know that they're going to wait long enough to see if they can white label it successfully either. And if I'm in that position of having to ask that question, that's a problem. I should not be the one asking that question. At a bare minimum, I expect people who are cynical and don't really like Stadia to be asking that question. And those people have already decided Stadia is dead. So yeah, if you've got somebody like me who's now concerned, that's a problem. And I don't know how many people are like hardcore Stadia fans. I know those exist, but right now the hardcore Stadia fans, even some of them, I bet, are probably starting to look at this and going, well, wait a second. Could we get something a little more convincing? Like, can we feel better about this? And if you've got people saying, can we feel better about this? Like, give us something so we can feel better about your current plans and strategies. That's a sign you have problems. And right now, I think Google has a lot of problems with Stadia. That being said, would it stop me from maybe getting another game on there? Not really. But I'm less inclined to do it than I would have been 2 weeks ago. But I'm not a fan of the idea of buying something on a service that could disappear. And even if they can commit to saying, don't worry, we'll make sure that you have a way to get any of the games you purchased on another system. Like, if they make that offer, that's great, and I hope they would do that. But I don't like the prospect of saying, well, really quick, let's just pop in real fast and say, let's see. So yeah, my library plus Borderlands 3. There's my library. Do I want them to email me and say, hey, don't worry, we're going to set you up with a copy of Cyberpunk for any system that you want it on, which would be a nice offer, but I'm going to sit there and go, oh, you mean I could get it on my PS4 where it's going to play like garbage? I don't have any Xbox that's current enough to play it. Or I could get it on Steam where, please, I don't have a computer anywhere near capable of running this. Or both because Mac and because it's a laptop. Cyberpunk is way too much for that. I don't even know what Immortals Phoenix Rising is available on. I know Crata is going to be a PC title. I think PC only. And you go down this list, and like some of these might only really be options on consoles. Some of these are only going to be options on PC. Some of these are going to be options on all of them, but they're going to be bad options on all of them. I don't want that to be the solution. I want them to keep Stadia around. So yeah, I'm not happy with that scenario. And I'm not happy that right now Stadia is leaving us with too many questions. And I'm sure there are other people out there who are saying, well, you should have seen this coming. And the obvious answer to that is, yeah, I did see it coming. That's why this list is only this long. Because there are only two of these that I bought, and it's just Cyberpunk and Borderlands. That's it. Though again, thank you to C. Saldana. May Texas not torture him too much. But yeah, thanks to him for setting me up with Immortals Phoenix Rising. And outside of that, all the rest of these are either free with Stadia somehow, or I was given redemption codes. And for what it's worth, I mean, come on. It was a redemption code for The Division 2, which... Actually, wait. I don't think I played this yet. I should try that, actually. I also got early access to Baldur's Gate 3, which it sucked. Maybe it's not my type of game, but it sucked. And then I got a code for Spitlings, which... yeah. I don't know. It was just offered. I think I took it because no one else was going to. So, that's about it. But yeah, maybe I would have bought more if I had more faith in Stadia. But I bought what I could reliably say I couldn't have played anywhere else, and I was going to play while Stadia was definitely going to be around. So... yeah, anyway. That's my current analysis on it. I'm hoping Stadia sticks around. It'd be stupid if it doesn't. But at the same time, we're talking about Google. We're talking about a company that couldn't figure out a way to make money off of Reader. Or worse, they thought Reader was hurting them. Nobody really knows for sure, but it's... theories have gone both directions on this. We're talking about a company that has been back and forth on so many projects, and outside of advertising doesn't seem to know necessarily what its successful markets are going to be. So yeah, we'll have to see with that. Let's see, David Lama. Really wish Stadia made a guarantee on transfer games. You would have jumped in on it. Yeah, and that's one thing that still bothers me a lot, is the most they've guaranteed is that you'd be able to get your save data, which that's the flimsiest of things to say. like, gee, thanks. Save data is nice. I definitely don't want to lose stuff, but you know, work it out with the companies. Give a deal up front. Maybe say, look, for the first, you know, put it into the contract that in the first X number of years, if anything should happen to Stadia, the companies whose games are on there, with a few obvious exceptions, like if you have an exclusive game, or maybe it's a game that can only work on Stadia or something like that, maybe put it into the contract saying, look, if anything happens to Stadia, we want to guarantee that you will also be able to make that your game available to people who buy it here on another platform. And this contingency only kicks in if Stadia goes south within the first 5 years. And I know that's a contingency that isn't great for Google. It's not a great contingency for those game companies, but it's a contingency that you put in for the customers. And you put it in for the customers so that you can tell the customers, hey, we promise you will be able to get your game somewhere else if anything happens to us. If nothing happens to us, this won't kick in. But if you buy it here and we've got it worked out, you're covered. That would have made so many more people more comfortable buying something on Stadia. And I do remember complaining about that a while back, and I still hold to it. I just think that would have made a lot more people feel comfortable buying into Stadia. And you know, I can see how a lot of companies would maybe not be happy with a deal like that. And I'm sure a few of them might have even said, look, you take that out, we're good. But until you take it out, we can't do anything with you. I could see that coming up. But then make it about those companies. Let those companies be the bad guy in that scenario. So yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that they've done enough things wrong here because they're trying to do too many things too quickly, and they're not doing enough stuff quickly enough. So I don't know. I'm just not sure what to think about it at this stage. We don't have enough information from Stadia. We don't have enough background from any of the people who are working on this project or any of the other projects. I think we need to see... at this stage, I think we really need to see whoever it is that's leading Stadia now. I forget the person's name. Whoever it is needs to just basically hop up and give a more thorough, like, state of Stadia or a commitment. Make a solid, dedicated look. Like, we will commit no matter what 4 years or something like that. Even if we stop adding new games, even if we stop this or stop that, we will commit to 4 years. Anything you buy today, you'll be able to play for 4 years past the point where we say it's over. If they'll do that, okay. But they gotta give people some commitments. Because, you know, I'm thinking about the developers that at SG&E. These are people, some of these people, not all of them, but some of these people moved states so that they could work at SG&E. When multiple people hop up and move their lives to work at this other company, and I'm sure some of them obviously have been working there ever since the announcement that the place was going to open. Others probably got hired, a month earlier? Imagine taking a job with a Google company, or Google. I don't know if Stadia technically is Google or if it's its own company, but imagine taking a job with Google, getting there, and 4 weeks later, oh yeah, by the way, you're fired. Or you're not fired, we're going to find another place in the company for you if we can. And they've even said, like, or who was it? It wasn't, I don't think it was Stadia's announcement, but it was somebody who made the point that, I guess it was probably in what I linked. Yeah, Kotaku. They even brought up the point, and I half agree with how they said it. I don't fully agree with their phrasing, but Kotaku brought up the point that a lot of the people who went to work, or a lot of people who work in the game development industry, these are people who have very specialized skills. And it's not that a lot of those skills couldn't be reused elsewhere at Google. The fact is, a lot of them can't. Very realistically, a lot of game development is not going to translate to very many other projects at Google. Obviously, there's going to be some good translation with, like, AR-related technology. There's going to be some translation with AI. There are a few other things that are going to work well, but, you know, people who develop character models, that's pretty iffy. A lot of those people are not going to translate to any of the other jobs at Google. People who are like writing scripts for games. Yes, they could make Dino Runner 3D. That would actually be, honestly, that would probably be the best thing they could do. But people who write scripts for games, people who direct voiceover. Okay, maybe one or two of these people could actually still have jobs within Google, but most of these people can't. They just moved and now they have no job, effectively. Like, Google will give them the cursory, like, look, we're gonna try to find a job for you, but hint, pull out that updated resume. Like, just start sending it around. We'll make sure you're employed for the next month. But after that, like, good luck. If we find something for you, great. But we're not going to find something for you. So, you know, do the thing. And that's, like, you don't... The thing is, they did that to the people who worked there. As a customer, how much faith do you have that they're going to do the same for us? That's the problem. Let's see. Not that it matters, but man, I just noticed how far behind my feed is on the video, like, as I'm watching it. Let's see. I'm just quickly... Okay. I refreshed the page now. I'm only a few seconds behind. Previously, like, I think I was behind by like a good 20 to 30 seconds. I don't know, something like that. It was pretty far back. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not feeling great about where Stadia sits today. I think it can be better. I think it wouldn't even take a lot for it to be better, but they have to recognize that this looked bad. I think a lot of the things that have happened with Stadia look not good, but they're, you know, they're reasonable if you're a reasonable person. This firing people, or, you know, shutting down a massive investment before it even stood a chance to compete or succeed, that looks bad. That looks like mismanagement. That looks like incompetence. And I want more. I want to see more reason to think that they're not that incompetent. So, yeah, it's not the right place to be. Anyways, so probably spent way too long on that topic now. I'm not sure how deeply overanalyzed that is, but that's probably well past the point. Let's see. What else do we have? I'm quickly skimming to make sure there wasn't something else. Oh, okay. I know that this is... No, that's not interesting. It's going to bring up the movie castings for The Last of Us and Borderlands movies, but... Well, The Last of Us TV show and the Borderlands movie. But, yeah. I think we've already kind of hammered those to death. Though I will say again, I do like... I'm not a huge Jack Black fan, but I'm kind of into the idea of having him play Claptrap. I think that actually is good. Let's see. What else? I had been looking at the Verge newsfeed, and so far I hadn't really seen much interesting, though a lot of gaming news. The Verge has had an exceptional amount of gaming news in the last few days, because especially things related to Nintendo, which I think actually, as I look back over some of these items, quite a few of it has to do with Nintendo, so that makes sense. What else was there? Oh, and one of these days, I really need to set up hotkeys for transitions. That'll be a good move. But yeah, anyway, what other topics should we hit? Because I figured I hadn't known Corbin wasn't going to be with us today, so I had actually expected him to be, based on some previous conversations. And I figured there was a couple things that I kind of expected him to want to talk about, but I don't have things to say on those myself. Credit to The Verge for that title. Mobile World Congress insists on holding potential COVID-19 super spreader event in Barcelona. I appreciate anyone who's going to straight up call him out. So, not that this is important and I can't say anything about it, but I will quickly note, actually, what day is that going to be? Oh my god, I hate this so much. There's a bug in... Where is it at? There's a bug in Mac OS right now that very obnoxiously will make some of your widgets disappear. There we go. Okay, so I can't... Did I talk about nothing? I did, in fact, talk about nothing. That was, I believe, this first topic. Yeah, first topic. And I would tell you to go back and just listen to that at the end, but I'll TLDR, because there's so little to say on that right now. I'm really just curious what it is that they could possibly have wanted from Essential, because every project we know that Essential was working on was kind of bad. And if not bad, it just wasn't really worth that much. So, and I'm sure they didn't just buy Essential for the name. They didn't just buy Essential for anything of real substance, unless Essential maybe had a few patents worth owning. That might have been a possibility. But outside of that, I can't think of anything that they want. So it raises the question to me if Essential maybe was working on something that nobody knew about. That would be an interesting future to this. One other, actually, you know what? I do have one other minor theory. And man, this is such an edge case, but I will raise this possibility. Maybe because Andy Rubin was, as I understand it, or at least if I recall, Andy Rubin was not the sole owner of Essential. He was one of, I think, 3 stakeholders in the company. I think it was 3. I could be wrong. It's possible that let's see, there's the tweet just to be somewhat topically on point for the background. It is possible that maybe they wanted to hire somebody that worked on Essential and was a partial owner of Essential, and maybe the contingency, or maybe like part of the requirement, was to buy out that person's stake or something like that. I mean, that is the weirdest edge case. I don't think that would be the case. I don't think that would be true, but maybe it is. Maybe they wanted to hire, well, it is possible they even wanted to hire Andy Rubin, but maybe whoever it is, maybe they wanted to hire somebody who is a stakeholder in Essential, and basically it all came down to, these people still have ownership in something that has value, and they were hoping to make a sale of Essential, but then they, came across Carl Pay's company and were like, look, I would like to work with you, but I have this thing that I need to stick with until it sells or we find some value in it. At which point Pay might have just said, look, we can make money. We'll just buy it. Again, I don't think this is the case. I'm just spitballing like the most out there explanation, but it's the best thing that I can think of that's an outside of the box explanation. It's literally the acqui-hire, but like the craziest version of an acqui-hire. And yeah, I commented on the home device earlier, the home assistant, that I've heard nothing but that was a disaster. They of course had the little mini phone, which never came out, and that was obviously a terrible idea. Like I said before, it was one of those things that people only ever really said they wanted to try it for 15 minutes and then throw it in a drawer. And you could tell that's the most interest anybody had. That was going to be a disastrous product. So yeah, I don't think anyone was interested in either of those products. They of course had the original Essential phone, and that wasn't gonna be, nobody cares about that. They tinkered with a 360 camera, but it wasn't that good of a camera. It wasn't anything special. I guess technically they had their magnetic, the magnetic thing with the like technically wireless communication protocol. Maybe that had some value to somebody, but honestly, like, I would have just re-implemented something like that. You didn't need to buy anything for it unless they have a patent. Yeah, all the different things I can think of, none of them really explain this. Why nothing would want to buy Essential, I don't know. But yeah, it's a curiosity. That's the most that there is. Anyway, and really quick, just to save you the time from looking back, the other topic I hit was Google is now selling Fitbit stuff on the Google store, which my only real comment there is, why did it take so long? It's weird. It shouldn't have taken so long. Anyway, so yeah, you came along during the third topic, which was the you came along during the last pass thing, so you pretty much dropped in at the best point. Let's see, what was the other thing I was gonna bring up? I started down the road of another topic, and then now I don't remember what it was. Or I was going to start down the road of a topic. Now I'm not even sure about that. Good for me. I'm forgetting all kinds of things. I was teasing. I can't say what, and technically I can't say when, but we'll say in probably a couple weeks. I will be able to show off, I hope I will be able to show off a new product. I was on a call yesterday where it was shown to me. I will have more details when the announcement day comes, which isn't too far away. And I hopefully will have a review unit before that time comes. That way I can do a live well, it won't be a live unboxing. I'll unbox it before that time comes, but I'll show it off, and that'll be hopefully neat. And by then I also hope to have, again, hopefully I will have new channel graphics. I will have some new layouts, hopefully. A lot of hopefuls here, but I think it can be done. Okay, and before I forget, I'm gonna quickly move these tracks around. There. Okay. And man, hopefully somewhere soon I really want to pick out new music so much. Yeah, that might be, I don't know when that project will happen, but over the next couple of days I'm going to try really, really hard. My actual big plan, I want to try, and I know that this does not sound like that big of a deal, but I want to try to get it done. I want to try to get as many of the movie screeners that I have lined up. How's the movie post coming along? Exactly. I want to try to get as many of the movie screeners watched as possible that I have lined up, because all of a sudden PR agents just started sending way too many screeners all at once. And half of them are being like, hey, we'd really appreciate it if you'd write reviews for these. Can you link us? Can you let us know when you post a review? And I don't know why for sure. I think it's because most of these are movies that aren't going to get a ton of attention. So I think they're looking for quotable reviews. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to try to get as many of those knocked out in the next few days as possible. To that point, I'm not under any embargoes on these, so I'm going to quickly say I recently watched 2 movies that I'll quickly talk about very, very quickly. I trust me, I don't want to turn this into a movie review thing. And I actually have to... I'm trying to think of the name of both of them. I remember one name for sure. I'm trying to think of the other first, because I just want to get that review out of the way. Let's see. Yeah, Random Acts of Violence. This is actually not technically a new movie. It came out, I think, last year, but it was only available on AMC Plus or Shudder. What movie is going to quote Android Police? Well, that'll be the next one. But first, I want to get Random Acts of Violence out of the way. This movie sucks. Don't watch it. If you're a fan of Jesse Williams, who most people would probably only know from Grey's Anatomy, or if you're a fan of Jordana Brewster, who most people really only know from either the Fast and Furious franchise, where she plays Vin Diesel's sister, or you might know her from the Lethal Weapon TV show, where she was on the first 2 seasons, and I think maybe like one or 2 episodes of the 3rd season. Anyway, yeah, if you like either of them, I guess it's slightly more watchable, but yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. And it's a horror movie, or technically slasher movie. I would not recommend. Yeah. Let's see. Trying to think if there was any notable comments to make, but there really aren't. It was just a bad movie. The other movie is called Body Brokers, and it actually released the embargo on the review ended yesterday, so I could have posted this review yesterday, but I typically post the reviews when the movies go live, or sorry, not when the movies go live, on Fridays, whether the movie has gone live earlier or not. I might try to change that, but for right now, this is just what I've been doing. Body Brokers is a little more interesting. Let's see, and Body Brokers, it stars, actually, let me also pull up, in case anyone cares, I'll pull up the IMDb page for it. Okay, there's the IMDb link. Body Brokers stars Jack Kilmer. He's the actual son of Val Kilmer, for real. And once you know that, when you look at him, you can actually go, oh yeah, he totally looks like he'd be Val Kilmer's son. But until you know that detail, you'd never think about it. It also has Michael Kenneth Williams, who I know he's done a lot of stuff. I think most people would probably know him for The Wire. But there's a few other things people should definitely know him for. Peter Green makes an appearance in it. If guaranteed you've seen something with him in it. If you've watched Dexter, you've seen him. If you've watched, a lot of things, you've seen him. And it also has Frank Grillo, who is... There are a lot of people who love this guy, and I'm constantly confused why. He's good, but he seems like he's kind of like a B-movie celeb. Like, he's top tier for a B-movie. Or like sub A-list. Anyway, all these people who are in this, and it's actually kind of an info movie. What they're doing, the director of this movie was a former drug addict, and he decided he wanted to make a movie that kind of exposes and dives into the industry of rehab centers. And if you've heard about this, if this sounds at all familiar, it's probably because you would have seen it on, here's a link to it, John Oliver's show, where he covered this about 2.5 years ago. Oliver covered it from kind of a different angle. He was covering it more from the high level angle, whereas this movie covers it from the low level angle. And it's about this junkie who goes to rehab, comes back out of it, and basically becomes part of a crew that is cycling people in and out of rehab. Because as laws changed, insurance companies became required to help fund rehabs. So what they were doing is basically they would get someone to sign into a rehab, complete their time and actually technically break their addiction, and then kind of leave them to get re-addicted and then cycle them back into rehab a little while later. And people were actually taking kickbacks for this, and it's this huge multi-million-dollar scam. Anyway, really, really clever idea. The movie itself is a little soft. It's not particularly fast-paced, but it's interesting. It's well acted by the people who know what they're doing, and the lead's a little green, but overall, it's an okay movie. Would I recommend it? It's kind of tough, because if you're curious about this topic, if you're interested in this, or if you know someone who's going through this in any way, watch it, because it's like legitimately informative and interesting in ways. If you're just looking for a movie that you're going to enjoy, stay the hell away from it. Like, it's fine. But it's not an enjoyable movie per se. Like, it's not a movie that you're going to sit there and go, like, there's no action scenes. There's no, like, it doesn't have that, like, Hollywood gotcha value to it. Like, it doesn't grab you and take you with it. It just kind of, it's a slow ride along as opposed to a car chase. So yeah, it's a fine movie, but I don't think I could recommend it to very many people. And yeah, that pretty much summarizes my whole review for it too. Anyway, so yeah, I've got those. I also have, honestly, I don't even know how many movies are lined up now that I have screener links for. Let's see, my inbox with screener links has 6 unreads, and it's possible, yeah, that's not even all of them. A couple of these are technically read and they shouldn't be. I have to watch Phobias, Dreamcatcher, Tomato Red, Faceless. Some of these I am not watching. For example, I think Tomato Red and Faceless, I'm pretty sure I'm not even going to bother with. I'm not sure if I haven't even watched this trailer for Phobias, so I don't even know what that is. Let's see. There are a couple of others here too. But yeah, I've got enough screeners that, would I be a full-time movie reviewer? I'd be down for that. I mean, if someone would pay me enough to live on that I could just review movies, sure. I will say though, I need to be able to say no to movies. That is the one thing that might stop me from being a movie reviewer. I would have to be able to say no to movies. Because let's just pull up. I was just saying Tomato Red, Blood Money, and well, that's the whole title, is Tomato Red, Blood Money, and the movie Faceless. So I was the PR agent sent me information on both of these. I thanked her. I thanked her, and I said that I added it to our tracker and these would appear in our listings, at least when we got closer to the time. I watched trailers for both. In her email, she specifically offered screeners. She didn't include the link and password, but she specifically offered them, and I've asked her for screeners before. She's always delivered them. Let's just say I watched the trailers for both of these, and my immediate thought was, nope, I would never watch these. Not a chance. I have no interest whatsoever in seeing these movies. They do not look good. I would not watch them. I don't think they even have, well, not that you have to have like big recognized names, but it helps. Let's see. Tomato Red. The intimate story follows small town drifter Sammy Barlatch, who's best known apparently for TNT's Animal Kingdom, as he meets redheaded Jamali, who's from Julia Garner from Ozark, and her brother Jason, who is from Jane by Design. The siblings who dream of hitting the big time provide Sammy with food, lodging, and the possibility of a better future. But it's not long before Sammy realizes that breaks don't come easily in a small town like Venus Holler. Soon, the trio finds themselves powerless against the forces of corruption and prejudice and begin the fight for a better life. I remember getting about 30 seconds into the trailer and thinking, I am so bored, I can't watch this anymore. If the trailer makes you bored, that's a problem. Oh god, and then there was Faceless. I'm not even gonna go into I'm not gonna go into all of what's wrong with this one, but let's just say it looks like if you tried to take the movie Face Off, the Nicolas Cage, John Travolta movie, if you took the concept of that and turned it into a weird, like, sci-fi thriller, but sci-fi in, like, the kind of horror sci-fi sort of way, it just looks, it looked bad. It looks so bad. I need to be able, if I'm going to be a movie reviewer, I have to be able to say no to movies. Like, you're not going to get me to watch this. You're not going to get me to watch if Elmo comes out with a movie. Not happening. If I don't know. I'm trying to think of other good examples, but there are movies I'm going to say no to. Because I have better ways to spend my life than watching these dumpster fires. That being said, I'd love it if they'd start sharing movies with me that are the real top tier stuff. Give me the next Matrix movie. I'm down to watch that. Give me yeah, I wouldn't watch Tom and Jerry. I don't think the same movie reviewers who would review any of the larger stuff, I don't think they review this stuff either. There's an entirely different audience that reviews these. What makes me sad and disappointed is the movies that are coming out right now. It is mostly like horrors, thrillers, movies that aren't happy. I mean, let's see. See, I didn't even intend to stay on this topic for more than like a couple minutes, but here we are. Really quick, I'm just going to... We're gonna watch as this page very slowly comes together. So, movies that just came out. Okay, so this is a comedy or of some kind. And actually this I'd probably be down to watch just because I actually really like her. Catherine Newton is awesome. She's not the greatest actress, but like she's doing better and better every movie that she's been in. So, you know, I dig her as an actress. But yeah, we'll skip past the first few because there was actually more comedies this last week, which I guess kind of beats my point. Maybe I should have skipped to the next week first. But yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, starting with Paradise Cove, Fear of Rain, Red Dot, Willy's Wonderland, those are. This is actually kind of a soft week for horror and thriller, but every movie I'm getting offered is somehow like horror and thriller territory, and it's like that's not what I want to be watching. I'm okay with it. I still got to fix the formatting here, because there's supposed to be a line between my review and the synopsis. Anyway, actually, I should also add synopsis as a bold. Yeah, I'm going to fix that formatting later. In fact, I can actually fix that right now. Huh, look at me being a speedy coder and such. Where are we at? Right here. Excellent. So let's we'll just strong synopsis and strong. Well, look at that. Formatting fixed. I should blog about the horrible movies I've seen. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. These mini reviews are me like just crapping on. Well, I'm not crapping on too many movies. This is so I have tried to be really how do I want to say this? I've tried to be really what's the word I want to use for it? I've tried to be polite about a lot of movies. And not in the sense of being like forgiving, but I try to find and the right one is a good example of this. It wasn't that good. It was a movie that sort of, it seems like it's going to be a comedy, and it is a comedy for a little while, and then it progressively becomes less a comedy, and it becomes more of a hey, here's a guy who's got an actual serious emotional problem, and it's not good at this. It doesn't handle it well, and almost to the point that I would say it's actually kind of a bad representation of how to interact with somebody who has emotional issues. That being said, I still tried to find ways to say, hey, this isn't necessarily like, I still think there's an audience for this movie. It just might be more limited than they are hoping for, kind of a thing. Like, I'm trying to convey, you probably shouldn't watch this unless you're exactly this type of person, in which case maybe you should watch this. But yeah, I think the right one was probably the first time that I actually just had to outright say, I mean, my very last sentence was, I'm not sure anybody will get what they want watching this movie. Like, that's kind of a harsh thing to say, but it's also a polite way to say it. Yeah. Anyway, Random Acts of Violence is going to be my next one, where it's like, there's nothing good I can say about this, except if you like Jesse Williams or Jordana Brewster, they're in it. Like, that's the best thing I had to say about that movie. It was really bad. But yeah, I don't know. I gotta admit, I have been toying with the idea of doing a more in-depth movie review sort of thing. I'm just not sure how much I want to do. And where I'll find the time to do it, because I'll tell you, weirdly enough, writing, I don't know, I think this is one of the longest mini reviews I've done. Writing this, you'd be surprised, it actually takes more time than it seems like it should. Trying to write something in very short form that covers a lot of different aspects of a movie is weirdly difficult. You try to start getting creative with how many words you can, which words you use to try to get a lot of points across in few words. Anyway, can't wait for the emails of PR harassing you for your reviews. Fortunately, when it comes to movie reviews, I don't make promises about any reviews. So none of them can be mad if I don't review a movie. And so far, I have received a few screener links for movies and not watched them. Or in one case, well, in a couple of cases, I started watching the movies and it's like, yeah, this sucks too much. I'm just not going to finish it. And no one's bothered me about not having reviews written. I've had a few people emailing me saying, hey, when you post a review, can you please send us a link to it? And so far, none of them have complained to me that I didn't. So, yeah, it hasn't really been an issue yet. And I don't think anyone expects like guaranteed reviews. Not yet. If, however, and I'll just say this right now because it's the one movie I wish somebody would have offered me. And there was no chance. I don't know what PR firm handles big budget movies or which PR firms. I need to find them. I really, really want to find them because, like, Monster Hunter, that is a massive title. I really would have loved to review that, but you know, no go. Oh, hey, and actually, that supposedly came out yesterday. Let's check. Is it it is. It's actually finally available. If you don't know about this, there's actually a crazy backstory. This was supposed to come out December 25th, I think. As in, you could find right now, go look on YouTube for trailers for this movie. It was advertised as coming out on streaming platforms on December 25th. It was a Christmas Day release. Tons of people pre-ordered it for $20, and it was available on every platform for pre-order, or just about every platform. I think there were a couple of them that weren't, but it was available everywhere. You weren't aware of this movie. Mila Jovovich, Ron Perlman, though I don't think he plays a huge part in this. I'm not really sure. Anyway, she is clearly by far the main person in this. And a lot of people have joked that it is basically Resident Evil with bigger monsters. And but if you watch the trailer, you can tell it really is. We're gonna see if I can't get myself demonetized or kicked off the platform now by showing part of a trailer. But and I've got sound off because I don't. It'll blow my ears if I listen to it too much. But yeah, this was supposed to come out December 25th. The day came, and all these people tried to watch it, and none of them could. And it just progressively kept not having a date. And like reviewers, people would go on Amazon. You can look on Amazon's page, and there are hundreds or thousands of reviews, all one-starring, saying, hey, you promised this movie on December 25th. Where the hell is it? And people were furious about this. Understandably so. Like, a lot of people wanted to watch this with their families. They had, like, set aside time to watch this. Anyway, it got pushed back to, like, the PR for Sony Pictures at one point said it was going to be mid to late January, but they wouldn't go on record saying that. And then finally, like 2 weeks ago, they finally gave a formal final date of February 16th. And honestly, I thought that was going to get pushed back too. But seriously, she's carrying around a sword as big as her. I mean, this is like Final Fantasy level comedy. But yeah, so what are the swords electrified or something? I don't even know what's going on with this. This movie looks ridiculous in all the best ways. I'm sure it's going to be awful, but also awesome. Oh god, it looks, like I said, awful and awesome all in one. Awesome. But anyway, yeah, the scene of her running towards the big dragon. That's perfect. Anyway, so it looks like a fun watch, even if it's going to be terrible. But yeah, people have been waiting for this movie for almost 2 months. They paid for it months ago. They've been waiting for it for this long, and it's finally going to come out. And it's all because they did do a limited theater release. And they wanted to see how much money they can make off the theater release. So that's what they did. Really, really bad practice, but they did it. Anyway, I would have loved to be on the reviewer list for this movie. One, so that I could have, just watched it early. And two, because honestly, if I was on the reviewer list, maybe I could have also known who to email and say, listen, I'm not going to harass you for it. I just want to know, like, when's it actually going to come out? Can you please give me a formal date? Anyway. So, yeah. What else is coming up? Let's see. Okay, so drama thriller. Here's horror mystery thriller. Horror. Okay, those are all movies I've just talked about too. Thriller crime. And this one's about Silk Road. Body Brokers, that's the one I talked about earlier. Which they call it a thriller. I might actually just take that out, because it is not a thriller. There's nothing about this movie that is a thriller. Nomadland, I don't actually remember the details. Wrong Turn, horror thriller. The Father, okay, that one's just a drama. Drama. Action fan. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, it isn't coming through super clearly here, but I'll tell you, man. So many thrillers and horror movies are lined up. That's at least half of the movies that PR agents are sending me details about, and usually screeners. It's all horror thriller. Look, I'm not opposed to horror and thriller, but let's be honest, the world could use some happy. I'm down for having a little more comedy. Some good comedies are always a good thing. Am I still streaming? Let's see. My personal feed just died. Yeah, okay, you're saying yes. Alright. Every once in a while it just acts up. I don't know why. YouTube streaming for the win. But hey, cheers. This is now live. They deleted some ratings. Amazon definitely deleted some reviews, because there was way more than 130 on here before. People who were just pissed off that the date was not true. Which, of course, that's still what all the top reviews are about. Yeah, real bad situation for that movie. I do feel sorry for them, because it's not like any of the people who were part of making this movie were the ones that screwed up, but I'm sure they're getting tons of hate over it. Oh, anyway, let's see. because this has been a very rambly RambleCast, I think I might call it 15 minutes. It's likely going to be more like 5 o'clock, but just because I have a funny feeling I've been rambling a lot already. I don't know that we really have a lot of topics to hit because it has been again, not that super interesting of a week. Oh, hey, I did miss this though. All right. I mean, I did talk about this, I think, last week. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. But Facebook blocking Australian users and publishers from sharing news links. That's interesting because maybe I'm mistaken, but my understanding was Australia was only against snippets. But are they actually against links? Facebook decided to block both the users and media companies from sharing links to news articles and related content on its main social network, following the country's proposed landmark regulatory measure that would force tech giants to pay Australian news organizations for using their content. And that, now I haven't read the details, but that's the part that strikes me is unless you're including snippets from the article and maybe cover images. The cover images, it seems like probably the big deal here. Unless you're including that stuff in Facebook, the link is just a link. It is not legally their content. At least I wouldn't think so. I guess maybe it kind of could be. But still, yeah. Well, okay, so I kind of agree Australia's getting what it deserves. But the thing is, it isn't. What's happening here is the news companies, half of them don't even want, or not half, some of them don't even agree with this legislation. It's that a few of them are pushing really hard to get something. They want to getting back all of this control. And what sucks about this is users, the actual people in Australia, don't give a shit about this. They don't care. They don't want this. They're mad that their services are going away. They're mad that Google might just leave Australia. They're mad. I'm sure they're going to be mad about this thing with Facebook. Like, they're pissed off that they're getting caught up in this fight. They're the ones who suffer. The news organizations, fine. They're going to get tiny little dividends paid out from this someday, kind of. But they're not gaining an advantage here. This isn't for them. They're not really going to benefit, and that's stupid. They will ultimately suffer from this, and all of Australia is going to suffer from this. And the politicians, they're getting their upfront payout, I'm sure. But it's not going to, this ends terribly for everybody. And we talked about it before, and I didn't realize it, but this bill only targets Facebook and Google, which to me is, damn it. Okay, only one device triggered that time, and it wasn't the same phone. That's interesting. But it's only 2 companies, which is just mind-boggling. The fact that they're writing legislation to basically attack 2 companies is just, it is monstrously stupid. And presumably it would be expanded to cover other companies, but the fact that they're not just outright saying search engines, or they're not just outright coming up with, they're not mentioning Reddit. Reddit has done more to ruin the income for media companies than Google or Facebook. Those Google and Facebook are making it easier for those companies to make money. Reddit is outright stealing their content all the time and does not even try to work with them. But no one's trying to block Reddit. No one's demanding that Reddit pay these companies. So yeah, you're saying that Facebook does a link preview. I'm sure, or rather, I know it does. But it doesn't have to. Like, if you're gonna block, as Facebook's doing right now, if you're gonna block links to Australian news organizations, instead of blocking the link, you could just not show a preview. Just literally have a link show up, and that's it. That could be all that they show. And sure, you'd have to style it a little differently and maybe tweak the look of it, but you know, Facebook could just create another type of block for those types of posts, and that would be it. They just don't show a preview. But apparently this is about links entirely, and the fact that it's about links, that is so asinine to me. That either A, that's what Facebook is doing. Okay, so there's two possibilities here. One is that Facebook's doing this to avoid paying entirely, like as in like the bill requires that if you even link to these things, you have to pay for it. If that's the case, Facebook is doing a dickish thing. They're ruining the experience for their Australian users, trying to make a point, and it's a shitty point to make. But if the bill does require them to pay, sorry, I think I said it wrong before. What I meant is if the bill doesn't require you to pay for linking, it would only require you to pay for the previews, then Facebook's being a dick about it. But if the bill does require you to pay for linking, then that's massive level bullshit. And frankly, I would kind of like to see Facebook threaten to pull out of Australia. I know that they wouldn't, because that's not in Facebook's interest, but man, this is stupid. This is just categorically stupid. The Australian House of Reps, they should, like, half of them should be fired over this. I would be demanding recalls if I was living in Australia. Plain and simple. I mean, this would be a no holds barred, like, anyone who voted for this, you'd be out of office as far as I'm concerned. I would find a way to make that happen. Because this isn't going to hurt just Facebook and Google. And it's not just going to hurt the news organizations. Damn it, I triggered my phone again. Seriously, listen for the hey or okay. Don't just respond to hearing the name Google. 2 of them responded on that. Stupid. Anyway. That could almost be a ringtone, me just calling my phone stupid. But yeah, I'm baffled that we're at this place where they think this is the right thing to do. And ultimately, other companies are going to, whatever the outcome of this, it's going to end up spreading to other companies. And it won't just be Facebook and Google. It's going to be eventually Reddit. It's going to be Bing, though I know Microsoft is supposedly going to work with them, or at least it was rumored Microsoft was going to work with them. But still, like, whatever comes of this is idiotic. This will absolutely, it will do nothing but hurt Australia in the long run. But here we are. Yeah, if I was living in Australia, I would be pissed. I mean, absolutely furious over this. So, yeah. Oh, what else is going on? Like I said, if you got anything else... Oh, wow. And I think Austin dropped off? I'm guessing. He hasn't said anything in quite a while, and we're now down to 2 live, which I'm not sure, but one of those might... I still can't tell. One of those may be me, one of them might not be. Oh, because it's trending, we gotta. I saw this earlier. Oh, you are here. Okay. Huh, interesting. And it popped back up to 3 concurrent. I do not understand YouTube sometimes. Anyway, I'm wondering if... No, I don't know. Anyway, so really quick, we got to talk about this because this is just... God, I feel so sorry for Texas. I really do. I know C. Saldana isn't listening, but man, my sympathy goes out to everybody in Texas, because Texas has to deal with stupid things like this. Former Texas Governor Rick Perry suggests that going days without power is a sacrifice Texans should be willing to make if it means keeping federal regulators out of the state's power grid. Because, you know, there's nothing like having all the food in your fridge spoil and possibly dying from exposure just so you can stick it to those libs. Just so you can tell the Dems, screw you, we have our own power. We pay one very rich company to get richer. That's how we do things. Yeah, that's... Nobody's this stupid, right? I mean, no one... What benefit is there to not regulate the power grid? Strictly speaking, I'm going to give that like half-assed, like sort of devil's advocate moment. Technically, it means that you could have cheaper power. Technically. What it comes down to is not deregulation, but lack of regulation on their power it is basically that they could use any means of powering their grid, possibly pay fewer taxes on how they power the grid, and generally speaking, you know, it's the typical benefits of deregulation. They can do things for cheaper and with lower safety standards than if their power plants were under federal regulation. That's basically the reason. And it, generally speaking, in Texas, it kind of works-ish. Very notably, this is one of the ways in which, like, it's one of the reasons why Texas is a fairly high polluter, because their power does involve burning a lot more oil, like a crap load of oil. Their power, let's see, if I remember, I think they were also heavy users of coal, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, Texas is a very, very extensive abuser of the, like, let's not be clean, let's just do it for cheap kind of policy. So, you know, it's... I get the argument for it, but at the same time, it's also pretty catastrophically stupid. And they're suffering from it right now. Because, I don't know if you guys heard about this. Let's see if there's maybe a screenshot somewhere down here. If not, is this it? No, that's not one of them. You know, it might not show up here. Okay. I will find it. Give me just a minute. I know where I can find it. Scrolling up in a chat real quick to find where someone else had posted the perfect exact. Here we go. Here's a screenshot from someone's power bill in Texas. Yeah, okay, there we go. It's about as framed up as I can make it. I guess I could... No, I guess I can't really shrink that down. Yeah, but that's somebody's power bill. Yeah. Let's be honest. when your typical power bill is barely a few pixels on the chart most of the time, and then it ramps up into the thousands, and notably this isn't per month, that's in a day. That huge tall spike there, that's in a day. That person's power bill, let me reiterate this point, that person's power bill for I guess that would be the 15th. Yeah, Monday the 15th, that person's power bill was $2,546.01 that day. Now that is a problem. And if they weren't on their if they weren't on a privatized system, that wouldn't happen. Yay, deregulation. This is the other thing that happens with deregulation. It can also come back to bite you real bad. So again, I will reiterate, here's hoping C. Saldana's doing all right. Because if your options are either to be completely without power or to get a power bill of, well, so far this person's going to be paying $4,464 so far during the month of February, you know, only halfway through, and who knows where it's going to go from here. Yeah, all I can say is, man, I'm hoping for the best for him and a bunch of other people. And I really, really hope that this ridiculous crap gets sued into oblivion. Because you know there's going to be a lawsuit over this, and the power company is probably going to have to retroactively turn around and say, yeah, we're sorry, this was an error in billing. We're not actually charging you this. Because if they do charge this, anyone with power in the state of Texas is probably going to, they're just going to have to like start selling off their firstborns or something. Hope Carson has an old HTC Thunderbolt to keep him warm. No kidding. Oh, but yeah, and let's head back to the let's blame Rick Perry for saying stupid crap. So you guys, I'm sure, missed it, but at the opening of the opening of the stream, I made a joke that this is why they call it the Lone Star State, because if you look at it at a distance, you're only going to see one light on. But yeah, Texas is so in bad shape. I feel for them. This sucks, because again, like, you're either your power bill is either ridiculous right now, or you don't have power and everything in your fridge and freezer are ruined. Unless you've been smart enough to at least carry some of that stuff outside where it's also below freezing, so, you know, somewhat protected. And how people are necessarily heating their homes. These things all are big question marks, and a lot of people are in bad condition where they don't really have good answers for it. So, yeah, this sucks. You're kind of shocked generators aren't common on the East Coast. So regarding generators, and hello, B. Slidem. So regarding generators, the issue, okay, so there are a few issues here. One, you mentioned East Coast. Technically, Texas isn't East Coast, though I suppose you could mean the East Coast of Texas, because that is an area that gets hit by hurricanes all the freaking time. And that's a perfectly good point. The catch to that, and I only know this sort of distantly, I don't have like any direct knowledge on it, but my understanding is with hurricane response on the East Coast, or sorry, not on the East Coast, but in Texas and generally a lot of those other nearby states, the hurricane response is typically don't worry about there not being power to where you live when the hurricane hits, because you shouldn't be there at all. You should, when a hurricane is coming, you should just plan to evacuate, get the hell out, unless it's a small hurricane, but that's a separate thing, obviously. And generally the power isn't going to be out for more than a few hours if it's a small enough event. If it's a really big event, you shouldn't be there at all. So generators are common at like hospitals. They're common at locations where people evacuate to, but they're not necessarily common in like individual homes or apartments. They're not going to be common in most places unless it's someone who's really well stocked up and maybe kind of a prepper. So yeah, most average people just aren't going to have one. And even then, generators, I hate to say it, unless you're really stocked up on fuel, they honestly don't last that long. And I doubt many people were prepared enough to go get fuel in advance of all of this stuff happening. Anyway, also I immediately, I just saw it and I love that response. Texans would rather be without Rick Perry. That is definitely an improvement on that quote. Let's see. B-side and power is super cheap where you live. Yeah, I honestly don't even remember what my power bill is like, but yeah, power in most places isn't that bad. Honestly, when I lived in Vegas, power was surprisingly not that expensive. I mean, it was expensive because you have to have AC running all the freaking time, but it wasn't like an expensive power bill given the circumstances. Like the amount of power that you used versus the price was pretty good. Let's see. Awesome. They don't get a lot of hurricanes in Texas, but they definitely happen enough to justify getting one. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. The thing is, generators, I don't want to say they require a lot of maintenance. That wouldn't be true, but you also don't want to leave them just sitting for long periods of time without getting used. So, you know, if you happen, like, unless you're going to use it at least reasonably often, it's not worth getting one. Let's see. You get rare hurricanes in Maryland, but automatic generators are pretty common in rural areas. Okay. But is it like it wouldn't necessarily be automatic generators for your home, right? I'm just guessing here, but I would assume homes aren't usually the and again, I'm talking the average house. Like, I'm sure some people have them just because some people have them. Like, even where I live, we don't get hurricanes. Not at all. We don't get tornadoes. We don't get hurricanes. We don't get earthquakes. Not earthquakes that matter. We don't get anything happening here. Occasionally we get snow, and the snow can knock out power. But even here, there are people who have generators, but they're not common. Hardly anyone does. It's a rarity here, except among people who have like other reasons they need a generator. You've definitely forgotten to order propane. Nice. The thing is, I still don't think that's something that happened. Like, I don't think this is something that the average home has. And it certainly isn't in Texas. Or I sure wouldn't expect it to be. In rural areas and mountainous regions, a lot of houses have propane automatic generators. Okay, that makes more sense though. Like a rural area or mountainous region, you're talking about areas that could very likely lose power as a result of snow, hurricane, just being so far from a power plant that any number of things like a auto accident, like a car crashing into a power pole, or whatever, any of these could knock out power for hours or days. So if you live far enough out, I would totally expect you would want to have a generator anyway. But if you live in an area where power isn't going to go out very often, which I imagine describes a whole big like most of Texas, I would expect that's I don't think most people are going to assume that they need a generator. At least not enough that they're going to go buy one. And I will also kind of throw in, let's see, where would I have seen it? Oh, it was the thing I posted. Let's see. Where was it? Oh, it would have been in general, I guess. Yeah, this Beto O'Rourke's thing. When we're looking at Texas is a huge state, and I would assume a lot of the areas over to the eastern coast, again, closer to where hurricanes typically actually do hit the state, I imagine a lot of that, those people are a lot more likely to have generators, again, because they are closer to hurricanes, whereas people on the western side, and especially up north, they're less likely to be having those problems. So I think, at least I'm assuming, I don't know Texas geography well enough to know for sure what issues all of them face, but I'm assuming a lot of those people don't need generators hardly ever, whereas part of the state does. And when people are talking about this current news, let's be honest, everyone's just talking about Texas, just kind of blanket. We're just talking about Texas. No one's getting specific about, oh, well, the people on the east, on like the southeast coast around, the Louisiana border, like those people, they're kind of doing better. But the people over in this area, yeah, they're kind of screwed. Like, no one's talking about it in that way. Let's see. Beside him, you get tornadoes there, so not here if your home is run on propane, or not here if your home runs on propane is more common here. Okay, parsing that one's a little hard, but I think I get the point. But yeah, every part of the country varies in different ways, and I'm assuming that generators don't need to be common for most of the people in Texas. again, and like, I'm not saying that nobody has them. I'm just saying I think it's uncommon enough, especially within cities. I think just a lot of people just wouldn't be expected to have them. Or they might, a lot of them probably live in buildings that maybe should have them and might not have good working stuff. You never know. Also, I had not actually looked close at this map before, but I just realized big ass chunk of well, that's what, southern Washington, northern Oregon. That looks right. Yeah, anyway, there's a big spot there that's dead. I don't think I knew that any part of Oregon had had a big power outage. And then also that big line right there and a big chunk over there. That sucks. That's a lot of power outages. But yeah, seriously, Texas is in bad shape right now, and that's not good. How much snow did we get? So if you're in northern Oregon, apparently quite a bit. I saw Portland popping up as a let's see, I'll just search for Portland snow. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of, we had that's not that much. Yeah, this is relatively low snow for Portland. That's not too bad. Though I did hear it caused quite a few accidents, which is the bigger issue. And apparently it was icing over a lot. As for me, I have not seen snow. Apparently there is still likely to be some snow coming in. I don't know if it's a few days or a week or something like that, but yeah, originally there was news saying that there'd probably be snow like this week, maybe in a day or two, but none of that seemed to happen. Thankfully, I'm very happy none of that has happened yet. But I'm not holding out hope necessarily that we're not going to see any. Because in my experience for this area, we just entered the danger zone. From the second half, or basically the second half of February, that is our danger zone. It is like 2 to 3 weeks of, like, every day is usually going to be right on the right temperatures. It's just whether or not it actually snows. And so far we haven't, we've had dustings, but we haven't had like real snow. Nothing that stayed and nothing that stuck for any amount of time. I guess a few weeks ago we did have some snow that did stay a little bit longer, but right now we're good. I'm hoping it stays that way, but I think it would be optimistic to presume it will. Yeah, the bigger issue, like I said, the bigger issue in places like Portland right now, it's more about ice. Wait, what the hell? Maintenance crews out with blowtorches and shovels trying to clear the streetcar tracks in Portland. Blowtorches, eh? That's a new one. I mean, it's not that new, but Austin, you haven't seen your grass this month? Yeah, I don't know. I will say, after what 2020 did, I'm feeling like we're slightly owed a little bit of okayness, and not getting any well, I say that as other people obviously are getting hit by snowstorms, but I feel like we deserve to have a tame winter, which obviously is not really happening, but one can hope. Yeah. Looking at the amount of snow that's piled up on this car, that is not much. That's what, maybe 3 inches, 4 inches, something like that. That's piddly. I mean, that can happen here, and it's usually gone within like a few hours. Maybe not off the vehicles, but it melts off on the ground really fast. Yeah, this person's barely sinking their feet into the snow, but they're picking up ice chips out of it, which is kind of the issue. So yeah, as far as snow goes, Oregon got hit. A few areas got hit harder than others, but overall not bad. Yeah, I wish I could share a little bit of our luck with you in the sense of we haven't really had any serious snow here, but yeah. I will also throw in, this is the reason why I've said time and time again, I don't ever want to live in a place with snow. Like serious snow. And at least never again. I lived in a part of Oregon that got snow every year, and that sucked. And I know people who go or who live in snow. A few of the AP writers among them. Yeah, every year they get hammered by snow, and they pretty much always complain about it. I gotta say, cheers if someone wants to live in this. Good for you. I don't. It is not my thing. What in the... Oh, wait, no. Diagonal crossing, protected, blah, blah, blah. A bit tricky. Path is mostly snow-free and reliable. Okay, yeah. Yeah, as long as you're not riding on ice, then this is fine. Like, that's weird. How is this tricky? You've got to go around one tiny little snow burr. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, has anyone else had major power outages? I mean, besides C. Saldana, because I got the impression that it's mostly like people are being put out by the snow, by the cold weather this year, but it's not causing it's not too unusual outside of what's happened in Texas. Wait, are all these Bike Portland? Yeah, they are. Why am I getting all the Bike Portland stuff? Yeah, anyway, so not too much snow. On the plus side, I'd be willing to bet the nothing new in Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin would be pretty prepared for anything that's happening. In Austin, your power goes out with a light breeze. Honestly, that's kind of what my area can be like. And very literally, like, sometimes we actually do just get a light breeze, and it will, all of a sudden our power will just either flicker or actually cut out for a couple seconds and then come back on. And it's like, what's the reason for this? Just, we'd love to know. But yeah. Let's see. Was there any other stuff? Again, any other topic suggestions would be good. Oh, hey. this guy brings up a great point that I did not even realize. Rick Perry, the guy who made the stupidest quote of the day, was Secretary of Energy under the Trump administration for 3 years. I mean, that says a lot. Let's see. David Lama. Side roads are still not salted from the storm like 2 weeks ago. Yikes. In Portland, a lot of people are mocking the fact that for like 2 or 3 days straight, they were tossing salt and other chemicals on the roads so that they, like all the de-icer prep stuff. And then it rained, like just huge heavy duty rain, washed all that stuff away. And then like within a few hours, the temperatures just plummeted and froze over. So yeah, Portland did get kind of screwed on the ice situation. I know that screwed with them for probably like a day and a half or so until they like kind of recovered from it. Awesome. Love playing the game What Surge Protector Failed. Yep. Been there, done that. Fortunately, less these days. Most stuff survives reasonably well. But yeah, I never really know. And God, I would love to be able to put battery backups all over the house, but it's not realistic, sadly. And these days, you know, we've got more gadgets and gear in the house than ever before. And none of it is like super surge resistant. So, you know, I wish there was a better way to handle that. Because putting battery backups on everything isn't practical. It'd be great if there was just some practical method for keeping everything protected reasonably, you know, kind of maybe battery backup ish for more things than we do. But yeah, not happening. God, that guy. Yeah. Took me a second on this one. Superman is to kryptonite, Dracula is to crucifix, and Rick Perry is to books. Their weaknesses. Oh, anyway. Yeah. So now that I've read this meme, now I get why that fits. That totally does. But anyway, so do we have any other topics? I think we've doom scrolled Twitter enough with regards to Rick Perry's stupid quote. And let's see. Like I said before, I don't think there's really much to say about Rush Limbaugh. For anyone who doesn't know, he died of advanced lung cancer today. No spiking. I wasn't a fan, but you know, that said, just kind of moving on. I feel like plenty of people were not fans, so you know, just kind of mention and move forward. What else was there? Really quick, I'm gonna open that tab because I'm curious, how do you get more space in your Google storage? And hopefully the answer isn't just, oh, just go there and pay for it. You know, be kind of nice to have a little bit more and not have to. Yeah. So anyway, actually, that one's kind of interesting too. yeah, I don't know. Any other ideas? Any other thoughts? I'm open to topics. It's either that or I may have to end a little earlier than usual, just because one can only ramble for so long with nothing clear to say. And scrolling The Verge is turning up surprisingly few interesting topics. Yeah, text, blah blah blah. Oh, Twitter voice DMs. I'm not gonna topic this. I'm just gonna say, lame. Nobody wanted Twitter to have voice. Like, if you wanted to DM somebody with voice, just make a video with no picture. It's not hard. Is Sonos even relevant anymore? I personally don't think so. So Sonos fans are like, okay, this might turn into a rant. Sonos fans are like BMW fans. BMW is, by any objective measure, a good car that is priced to be a great car. It is not a great car. It is a good car. To BMW's credit, they do pay attention to certain things and try to deliver a slightly more intentional experience. I'm not going to call it higher quality or better. I'm just going to say more intentional experience than other car manufacturers. They pay attention to details that some don't. And to that end, I credit them. They make a few smart decisions. Unfortunately, they also make some colossally stupid decisions, but that's not the issue at hand here. To me, Sonos is the BMW of speakers. They make speakers. They have an ecosystem designed around giving people certain features and making those features work better than other speakers would be able to deliver. That is until you consider the extraordinarily high price, the fact that a lot of their features actually shut you out of using certain services and functionality, and generally speaking, it's not actually that good of an experience. I know a lot of people with Sonos speakers, they talk about their problems, like they'll say how great Sonos is, but then they talk about their problems, and their problems are always, wait, you're having the same problems everybody else has. You're complaining about the same stuff everyone else complains about. You don't have a better experience than anybody else. You just paid a lot more to get the experience you got. That's not better. Let's see, Austin, it's amazing how everyone has gotten pretty good at sound over the past few years. So I'm going to say everyone was already good at sound. Sonos never really was like the we sound better company. Sonos was always the we offer this wireless connectivity. We offer synced speakers. We offer, like, they offered, again, it was about the ecosystem with Sonos. It was sound quality, like it was comparable to a lot of other companies for sound quality, or a lot of other companies were comparable to Sonos. Whichever direction you want to look at that, but they never really offered anything that was better, and that was kind of the issue. I guess I'll sort of frame that one up. So yeah, I don't think Sonos, I know Sonos marketed on the idea that their audio was better quality, but I've heard enough Sonos speakers myself. They're on par with a lot of other companies. The issue is just that they had the feature set that made them slightly more interesting. and a huge patent portfolio that they used to threaten any company that could have legitimately had offered some sort of competition. So yeah, that has always bothered me. Regardless, yeah, I don't feel like Sonos is relevant, especially because people are slowly catching on that, one, they're paying too much for their speakers. Two, that Sonos will force disable hardware, which, holy crap, that's awful. The fact that there's not a proper reselling market on old enough speakers, like, you start adding these issues up and that gets horrible. The company, like, honestly, I'm surprised there aren't, well, I don't know, maybe there are class action lawsuits, but I'm surprised people aren't having more rage issues with Sonos. And at this stage, like, if someone were to ever ask me if they should get Sonos, my categorical, no questions asked answer, no. Stay the hell away. Do not buy even used. Don't touch Sonos. Yeah, believe me, I wrote at least one, if not two, of the articles on AP about Sonos suing Google, and Google's countersuits, which I think is hilarious. And it's two companies throwing bitchy fighting at each other, which is pointless. Especially because, and I hold to the theory, and I think we talked about this on even the old AP podcast. Honestly, I think it's because Sonos, I don't think is doing that well financially, and they're trying desperately to either A, raise their perceived value, or B, they're trying to sue Google with enough stuff so that maybe they can get a settlement that'll keep them running. I don't know if they're actually in that dire situation, but I'm assuming they have to be, because it's the only thing that makes sense for how they're even tackling that lawsuit. The mere notion that they decided that they were going to sue Google for 5 out of, what was it, like 79 patents or something. AP Google Sonos. We're just gonna do a quick search. Google fires back. This is one of the ones I wrote. Back in January, they filed a lawsuit against Google telling the story, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, 100 separate patents. The claims even raise the topic of antitrust, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. While over 100 patents were reportedly infringed, Sonos only brought 5 to court, citing lack of resources to carry out a prolonged legal battle. Here's the thing. If they had a case, I know that this is going to this is going to sound like a weird point to make, but if they had a viable case, you don't do it like this. You might pick a group of patents and then you sue for that group, because litigating each one might kind of go together. Or you file over the entire batch. If you're filing over the entire... Now, if you're doing it by a group, and that group is similar enough, which, by the way, when you look at these patents, is this the article that I... No, it isn't. Or wait, is it? Okay. It isn't. Okay, is this the one? I named the patents, or... Yeah, so I named the patents here. I don't remember, because for one of these, I think I remember reading the actual patents and making a comment on them, but... Let's see. Quick skim down. No, that's not it. Okay. So yeah, I wrote these two. I guess it was this one. I just named the patents that that Sonos was suing Google with on the second go around. That's right. So the thing is, when you read the patents, network music playback covers the first two patents. The next one, method and apparatus for updating zone configurations in a multi-zone system, and then zone scene management. Those two kind of go together. Like when I say you bundle patents together to sue as a batch, this is what I'm talking about. You might create a bundle about these two and anything else that has to do with zone stuff. Or, you know, network music playback. Yes, technically also part of the same thing, but presumably most of these patents actually had to do with that stuff. Anyway, and then audio settings based on environment. That's it. I remember reading that patent, and it is very unlike all the rest. Even though it might sound kind of like it's related, it's not. This is their like room sensing feature that Google hyped up in the I think it was most of their speakers, but particularly in the Macs. Anyway, the point is, if you're going to do a lawsuit, you're going to target specific things, and you're going to litigate on those specific things, prove your case on those things, get your win, and move on. Or, you know, try for a settlement, try for whatever. This is not a good example of that. And I remember from the first set of patents, those weren't either. They looked like a random grab bag of a few different patents that looked threatening, but whether or not they would work, who knows? And they didn't fit together. And like I said, the other good strategy is to go with them with all of those patents. Hit them with a bunch. Now, maybe not literally all, because that could turn into months and months of litigation over each and individual one. You might, like, a jury is not gonna, they're not gonna pin a jury down for handling all of that, and it would have been broken up in court. But you don't file lawsuits just saying, yeah, we don't care about the other 95 right now, we care about 5. You don't do that. And you don't do it on the basis of not having the resources. If they had a case that would work, resources isn't an issue. You can get investors who will pony up the money on a good lawsuit. This is actually a lot more common than people give it credit for. Lots of times, if you have a very viable lawsuit that absolutely will win on a patent case, you farm that out to a few investors, and they'll happily throw money to support that case because they're going to get paid back tenfold on their investment. And yeah, Sonos is not going to win enough on just a few small patent suits. That's not how it would play out. So I don't think Sonos was really going for a win here. I think they were going for the threat in hopes of getting a low cost settlement, like a quick we'll save you some money by settling now, and just give us you know, a good several $1 million payout. That way we can all just walk away happy. Or they were trying to get some sort of special win. I don't know what, but yeah, Sonos, I think, is handling this very wrong, and they look very petty doing it, which I think is also going to ultimately hurt the company in a myriad of ways. Oops, that was the other thing I wanted to look at too. But yeah, I just feel like I don't feel like Sonos has any place left in the market. They sell to oh god, this trending topic. We have to look. Yo mama so mega. Oh. Come on. What do we got here? Yo mama so mega, she created and erected this sign. Yeah, okay. She still thinks she's on... Oh, your mama's so mega, she still thinks she's on the winning side. Yep. I'm totally gonna have to read through some of these later. Oh my god, this is cringy and awesome. Okay, really quick, I'm just sharing that to another chat room. Because it needs to be seen. Oh boy. Sorry. Had to sidetrack that just for a second. Anyway, yeah, so Sonos I think Sonos is going to be having a lot of trouble in the coming years. Let's see. Again, yeah, Twitter's voice thing. Let's see. Again, any other floors reopened on topics again. Let's see. Oh yeah. In case anyone hadn't heard, Epic Games is now going to the EU with their antitrust suit against Apple. And I think we talked about this back when this first happened. I swear Corbin and I both kind of threw around the question of why didn't they start this in the EU? Because honestly, in the US, there's a fair chance Apple can or will win that case. It's not, I don't want to call it likely, but it's realistic. In the EU, honestly, I think Apple gets wrecked. The EU is not going to want to side with Apple on this, because the question, like, the EU will side with Apple on a lot of stuff, but they tend not to side with Apple when it comes to actual legitimate market manipulation, and that's plainly what Apple has done. Austin, it's surprising there isn't a Trump religion for tax evasion purposes. Actually, I believe there is. I could be wrong, but the thing is, it's really easy to register religion, and acquiring tax exempt status is not that tough. Or at least for a church. So all you have to do is you have to have a public place for people to visit. You have to have a certain like basically a charter of the religion, something that resembles kind of like a Bible, blah blah blah, or at least a belief structure. Basically getting tax exempt status for religion is shockingly simple, and it's not hard to imagine. Plenty of people have probably done this already. So I bet there is a Trump religion. I just would not necessarily bet on it. I bet there's probably a couple hundred or even 1,000 churches. They're all just completely unrelated to each other. None of them bothered organizing in like one big thing. But yeah, anyway, so I will say, I think Apple's, one way or another, I think Apple's going to get forced into doing something. They're not going to survive this onslaught in every in every place where this lawsuit can be filed. And Epic Games will eventually get their win. And once they win in one place, I have a feeling it's going to become a forced issue, and people in all places are eventually going to get to do it. So there will eventually be an allowance for a competing store. And as soon as there is, I still hold to my theory. The moment there is an allowance for a competing store, Epic is going to advertise as hard as it can to try to become the second option. Which is funny because I bet anything Amazon is probably going to be like, oh, we want in on this. At which point it's going to be Epic versus Amazon trying to fight out who can be the petty player who gets the scraps that won't be just on that won't be Apple's like primary market. The PS5's actual silicon processor. That is okay, whatever. Oh, Roku wants to get into making original movies and TV shows? Please don't. Baseline, where do I... Oh, so where does Epic stand with Google? Truthfully, I don't think they do. If somebody wants to make the case that Google... Exactly, there are alternate stores on Android. And that's the whole thing. You can make a case that Google is manipulative. That part would be fair. And it is true. Google has... Damn it. I knew I was going to trigger a phone at some point. There's no denying that the Play Store has been given unfair advantage, not just because it's included by default, but also because progressively the Android team, you'll notice how I'm trying to avoid saying G. The Android team has done things like taking opportunities to sort of lock down sideloading a little bit more. Yeah, sorry about that, David Lama. But the Android team keeps locking down things like ADB. They are not locking it down, but they're adding more and more little hurdles. And as it gets progressively more complicated to sideload and slightly riskier, and they throw more and more warning signs, like in the Play Store, kind of every opportunity to say, don't sideload, we really just want you to only get apps from the store. There's a valid complaint to be made that it's not fair and it is a market manipulation. And I'm sure Amazon would be more than happy to jump in on that complaint. But as far as Epic going after Big G on this, yeah, I think that's a losing case. I don't think there's a realistic point where they can say... I mean, they can argue that not allowing other types of payment methods on the Play Store is a problem, but it is a viable counter argument that, hey, you know, the support requests and complaints about scams are going to fall on Big G's shoulders, on the shoulders of the Play Store, whereas, you know, if everything runs through the Play Store's own payment method, understandably, yes, that's a thing that it is a reasonable it's a reasonable requirement, and it's something that they can reasonably support. You know, if some company puts up their app and says, hey, we only accept payments for digital goods through well, here's something many of you may not even know exists, but Razer, the company that makes mice and game pads and all that stuff, Razer has its own currency. If some company pops up and says, yeah, well, we only accept payments through that, and then it turns out that you get hit with a scam, which a ton of stuff you would find accepting Razor's currency usually is a scam. You're gonna find people complaining to the Play Store about those scams, and they're not gonna have any control over that. So it is reasonable for them to say we have to ban apps that do this because we can't monitor that and we can't manage it. So I get that, and I think a court will back that argument. Whereas if there's not even an allowance for a competing store, and you can't sideload stuff, and you can't do basically anything to get around Apple's restrictions, that is not as defensible. So I have a feeling Apple will lose this one and Google will not. And it's plain to see. Like Epic, I commented on this way back. I made the point that when Epic released its big ad that was mocking Apple's 1984 ad, that was the thing. They had that prepared. They were ready to go with this thing right out of the gate. They knew what was going to happen. And then like my comment was, all right, we know you made one for Google. Where is it? And then one never came out, and it's like, oh, they don't expect to win the case against Google. They're just doing that one just because. Like, they're just filing that complaint because they need to hit both of them. But realistically, they don't care about that one. They know that they're going to lose that fight. So yeah, I think this is about Apple, and it is going to win someday, eventually. I just don't know. I don't know which country it's going to win in, and I kind of don't think it matters. As long as they win in one, eventually it's going to work for all. Let's see. So, yeah, that's about it. And as I scroll through this while I also talk, feel free to point out anything that might be of interest. Let's see, Austin, you brought up Quibi, and yes, Roku did buy Quibi, which honestly I'd forgotten about. All I can say is, I don't know. Quibi was just such a... Quibi was so dumb. Quibi was just dumb. And I say that as a person who actually kind of enjoyed two shows from Quibi. Dummy and Die Hard. They were actually both pretty good. But man, Quibi was so dumb. Let's see. Facebook users rarely saw voting misinformation labeled false, says study, especially if it came from Trump. Shocking. So yeah, I still think Roku making their own stuff. I am so... I guess part of what bothers me about that is, Roku is almost guaranteed to make it exclusive to Roku hardware. They might make it so you can also like sign up and view through a web service, like on a browser, but I bet they're not going to make apps for other platforms, so that sucks. I don't know, maybe they will, but I'm kind of doubtful. Let's skip that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's gonna just be one more streaming service, one more siloed thing where you're expected to buy a new streaming box. You're gonna have to pay another another subscription. Maybe it's a la carte, like pay for which thing you want to watch. It's gonna be another thing where they're going to pay for some really good stuff up front, and then all of a sudden it's just going to kind of disappear and fall off, like just vanish. No one's going to talk about it or care or think anything of it. So yeah, I just don't want them to. I'm already so sick of the notion that companies are that everybody and their mother has a new streaming service. It's a bad precedent. It's a dumb direction for us to go. We need streaming services to actually come together. We need some of them to sort of merge up. Like 2 or 3 streaming services partnering up would be one of the greatest things. Or if some company could work out a deal with all of them to say, hey, look, we've got customers who are willing to pay, I don't know, let's just magically ballpark like $40 a month. We've got customers who are willing to pay $40 a month, and they just want your content. They just want HBO, Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, and somebody else. Maybe $50 a month, whatever. They might not even get any bargain out of it. Just straight across price. They just want all of your content. They want it in one interface. That's it. They just want to be able to open up one app that's built well and just view all of it. And why that hasn't happened, it's because of stuff like this. And honestly, if anything, I kind of thought Roku might have been the company that could have pulled off something like that. But if they're going to start their own, if they're aiming to have their own original content, no one is going to want to partner with them for that kind of thing, because they're going to give their own content preferential treatment, just the same way Netflix would do. You know, Netflix tries to push its own content more than content that it is paid a licensing fee to show. And I don't think that they pay based on views. I think they're just paying like an upfront cost to license that stuff to stream. So yeah, I just think Roku needs to not do this. I want to see some of these. I want to see some of these streaming services die off, or merge up, not creating new, more complicated situations that everyone's going to have to try to handle. And before anybody says, oh no, but wait, isn't this the dream? We finally have a la carte everything. We really don't. And we have bad interfaces for most of it. And I will argue, I think, above all else, it's still expensive. It's no one's saving any money. They're just having a narrower selection of things to watch. Anyway, what else is there? I still need to, well, is WandaVision done airing? Was that because I kind of want to watch that. And I think that was one episode per week. So I won't watch it till it's finished, but I do kind of want to see WandaVision. I've heard good enough things about it, and I've heard enough people who generally have good taste commenting that they're watching it. I don't know that, I'm not saying necessarily that it's a good show, but they seem to be interested and they're sticking with it after the first few episodes. So I'm curious enough that I want to see it, but not until at least the first full season's out. Let's see really quick. I'm just actually checking a site real quick. Yeah, the last episode of the first season isn't going to air till March 5th. So Yep, not going to be watching until at least then. Let's see. Okay, I gotta admit, I love this image. This is incredible. But at the same time, weird. Anyway. So all right. Yeah, I'm totally running into the no topics zone. Oh yeah, and then the individual states, I forgot about that one. Yeah, so a state tried to do this, and strictly speaking, I'm generally against the idea of states legislating for the whole country. But in this one instance, I think it would have been a good thing. I think it would have been fantastic if North Dakota's like, nah, screw you, Apple. We're going to make you allow other app stores. I'm curious, actually. How did this bill fail? Because I never actually looked into that. Failed in a 11-36 vote. No way. Who the hell paid off that many people to vote against it? When a committee hearing drew the attention of corporate lawyers and lobbyists, experts, and Apple critics arguing both in favor and against the proposed legislation, potentially far-reaching consequences. The bill would have barred any company in the business of software distribution making over $10 million in annual revenue from imposing rules on developers dictating they only use one app store, like the App Store or the Google Play Store, and that they have to use the App Store owner's preferred payment system. Using Apple or Google's payment system in turn lets those companies take 30% of most sales per their long-standing revenue sharing policies around app stores or app sales and in-app purchases. Requiring developers to use the App Store and Apple's own payment system are pillars of the iPhone maker's mobile business and largely responsible for the App Store's continued financial success. No, it isn't. It still makes up a really small portion of what Apple brings in. You can't say that it has that much to do with their financial success. But anyway, the App Store is estimated to have generated more than $64 billion in revenue last year. Yeah, I don't think that's accurate either. Let's see. Yet developers have long complained of Apple's grip on the flow of revenue on iOS, with critics claiming its ever-changing rules are inconsistently applied and that Apple grants exemptions on a case-by-case basis. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, we got to get to the point here. Although the bill would only have dictated how companies like Apple operate within the state of North Dakota, the bill's broad language would have forced Apple to make systemic changes to its business nationwide. The legislation's success could have also inspired other states to follow suit with similar attempts to regulate app stores' relationships with developers, although that appears to be already underway despite SB 2333's failure. In arguing against SB 2333, Apple's chief privacy engineer, I'm not trying to say that last name. What the hell happened to that dude's name? It's like somebody stapled on 2 whole extra names. Anyway, that dude testified that the bill threatens to destroy iPhone as you know it, arguing that it would undermine the privacy, security, safety, and performance that's built into iPhone by design. Yeah, okay. According to the Bismarck Tribune, that's what he said. Simply put, we work hard to keep bad apps out of the App Store. The bill could require us to let them in. No. That's literally not what it says. Stupid. No, don't lie. It doesn't say it would require you to let them in. It says it would require other app stores to exist, or at least for other payment methods to exist, which I guess was also the other angle on it. Dumb, lying, son of beach. Anyway, the legislation is just one of a growing number of state bills, which now includes proposed bills in Arizona and Georgia that seek to place limits on the power of Apple and fellow app store owners. The New York Times reported this week. I don't think the editor missed it. I think they just have their own notion of what. Yeah, I don't know. I think they sometimes just take what Apple's people say very verbatim and allow it through. Anyway, the New York Times reported this weekend linked the bills to a multi-state lobbying effort from the Coalition for App Fairness, an industry group formed last year consisting of Fortnite creator Epic Games, shocker, Tinder parent company Match Group, Spotify, and dozens of other companies. I gotta say, that one I find funny. Spotify is cute, but their members have for years rallied against the App Store and Apple's mandate that it take 30% of all app sales and in-app purchases. The group is now dedicating its efforts to supporting legislation taking aim at Apple and its App Store policies. The bill proposed by blah, blah, blah. Lobbyists, blah, 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 based in Bismarck, gave draft proposal, Anderson, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Epic is also suing Apple and Google after both companies removed Fortnite last August. We know that. We already talked about that. Match Group and Tile all submitted testimony to blah, blah, blah. Okay. In a tweet, Epic CEO Tim Sweeney acknowledged Epic and the Coalition for App Fairness participation in the ongoing lobbying efforts to combat App Store monopolies. Okay, moving on. Apple did not respond to a request for comment. Yay. Okay, so that wasn't terribly helpful. I'm curious because okay, I've said this before, I'll say it again, and this is the rant, we need more engineers in politics. And it's not that I think engineers are necessarily going to be like the ultimate source of all that is wise and good in the world. But I do think engineers are likely the people who would have looked at this and said, no, this is a problem. There's a practical problem here, and it's not going to get solved through any other means. We're going to have to legislate it or sue the crap out of it or something. And at the end of the day, either this 11-36 vote, one of two things happened. Either A, this is a case where Apple paid lobbyists and just generally paid a hell of a lot more money to make sure that they didn't get screwed on this vote, or a whole bunch of people listened to the arguments and had no fucking clue what was being said. They did not understand. They do not comprehend what it means to be told, hey, this is a monopoly. This is screwing things up for tons of businesses across the world. This is a damaging thing to have Apple have this much control over their platform. You know, I'm not saying all engineers would get that right or understand that, but I think enough of them would. And sure, maybe they'd still be bought off. But in this case, yeah, I don't buy it. No. Yeah. There's no way that it should have been a vote like this. Not unless those were some really compelling arguments from that guy from Apple, which I don't believe they would be. I guess that's Eric Neunenschwander. Or sorry, no, I added an N in there. Neuenschwander. Eric Neuenschwander. You know what? I've decided I like that name. Eric Neuenschwander, you have an awesome name. And if I find out that it's said any other way, I'm gonna call anyone a liar who says it is different than that. It is Neuenschwander from here on out. But yeah, anyway, so I'm not happy with this. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, I hate when states try to control what happens in the entire country, but this is one of those times when it would have made a lot of sense and it could have worked. That being said, maybe, just maybe, they'll try to do this in another state. I'd love to suggest Oregon, but honestly, I know Oregon will never, ever be the state to pass this, but maybe some other state. There's someone else out there who wants to do this. They just have to find the right state for it. Oh, or maybe one country in Europe, not just the EU, but just go to one country. Hell, maybe just go to Britain. Britain's separate from the EU now, and I bet they would love to do this. There is someone out there that'll do this, and once one place does it, it's pretty much going to break the mold for everywhere else. Unless, of course, Apple decides to do the Australia move and just be like, yeah, okay, we're just going to stop selling iPhones in Britain. Tough cookies. That's how it's going to be from now on. Which would be a hilarious turn, but I'd love to see that be their strategy. Anyway, so yeah, I already did a 15-minute warning quite a while ago. I'm gonna say, unless something comes up in the next couple of minutes, I think we're pretty much out of realistic topics. I'm drawing a blank on much else because we've already kind of rehashed. We've kind of rehashed like 3 or 4 topics already. Oh, David Lama, you think we're good? Let's see if either of the other 2 viewers are gonna come up with anything. But yeah, I have a funny feeling we're probably scraping the bottom of the barrel for what's left. Okay, so first I'll answer you. I have not done my taxes yet. I should. I'd love to get them done early this year, and honestly, they're going to be really easy this year, which sucks. They're going to be super, super easy this year because I made hardly anything last year, and I spent hardly anything last year. So yeah, it's going to be pretty easy. Austin, that's mean. That's real mean. But no, anyway, so I'm going to quickly I'm just going to mock this. Okay, let's actually open this one. Let's see what The Verge has to say here, because okay. Here's what the upcoming Sonos headphones will probably look like. You mean they look like headphones? Oh my god, they look like headphones. Holy crap, did you know they'd look like headphones? This is like showing a generic image of a phone, like with nothing on it, and being like, hey guys, guess what? This is kind of similar to what the next Google phone's gonna look like. Sorry, I did not even mean to say that company name, but come on. Like, if someone asked me to draw headphones, this is what I would draw. And so they have a mounting bracket for an adapter. That might be the only technically relevant thing here. At least they don't look like a bra. That's a fair point. Yeah, they don't look like a bra or whatever the hell Apple's ear whatever the hell the name of those things were. Not the AirPods. Is it EarPods? No. Yeah? No. Wait. Okay, no, the EarPods were the wired ones that come with the phone. Damn it. If we look on AirPods Max, that's what it is. Yeah, at least it's not like, okay, where's the picture of these things in there? See, at least this is unique. Even if it's bad, it's unique. It's interesting. But I mean, come on. This looks like any pair of... I mean, maybe this bottom right image is about the only thing that looks different. Okay. Oh, why do sites make me angry? They don't have to. They do it. They're making me angry on purpose. Anyway, so this weekend, may as well cover the quick and dirties of it. For reasons, I had planned to do the photo editing thing. For reasons, it has been temporarily delayed. Though I may pop in and do not review photos, but actually some other photos. We'll see. Again, I'm going to be working on channel graphics for the next few days. Hopefully they're ready for next week. Let's see. This weekend I will be playing some Immortals Phoenix Rising. You guys know that. Yeah, I played some Borderlands 3 for Valentine's Day. You, I'm sure, saw the notification. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty much the normal stuff. So, yeah, hopefully... Okay, so I have a few things I have to get done this week to make some money, but aside from that, I'm going to focus pretty heavily on trying to get the channel graphics done, and then hopefully also knock out some new music hunting. That would be fantastic. God, I really want to get some new music. So yeah, I'll be looking into that too. But yeah, so that's pretty much the plan. As usual, I will see you guys in the Discord. If anyone would like to support the channel, by all means, hit the links to Patreon or Streamlabs down below. And with that, thanks guys for coming and hanging out, being part of the conversation, chatting with me, keeping me chatting. Let's see. As I just said a little bit ago, I will be back on Saturday night with some game streams, possibly sooner, you never know. Yeah, that is about it. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their week. Again, we'll be chatting in Discord anyway, so you can tell me all about it. And yeah, with that, good night, everybody.